You should be good. Just making sure it pops up here. And we're good. All right. So with that said, what I'm going to go ahead and do is we're going to be starting with Expeditions, a MudRunner game. Now, this game has... the release date is complicated because they're doing that thing where if you pay a bunch of extra money, you get to play it earlier than other people, or if you're a creator and, you know, you get like the early access thing, you get to play it earlier. So depending on which situation you're in, if you're on PC and you paid the extra money, you can play it now. If you're on console and you paid the extra money, I think you can play it today or tomorrow. And then if you are not paying the extra money, you can play it in, I believe it's 3 more days. It's a whole mess. But that's the whole thing. They're doing the you pay extra to get in here early. I have a funny feeling we're about to get a raid because I just got a shout out with no context from someone who I figure is probably wrapping up their stream right about this second. So if that gets disrupted, that's what's happening. But with all that said, we're going to go ahead and be checking this out. Now, one thing I always do with the game when I'm first playing it is we'll go into our settings, see what types of accessibility stuff. Now, as a reminder, even if they lack accessibility settings, that doesn't necessarily mean there is a problem. You can design a game that doesn't require accessibility settings to be accessible, but it's good to check on that. We can have it where if you don't like to see the hints a bunch of times, you can make them go away or keep them on. Thumbs up. You can hide the hands of the steering wheel if you find those distracting. That's for bug reporting, so that's cool. Hey, Gimmead, how's it going? You can... they had motion blur as a warning for people. They had motion blur on by default. You can turn it off. So that's definitely a thing that you'd want to do. You can turn off special effects like film grain and all that, so that could also be like motion sickness kind of stuff, so I appreciate that. Audio controls, per the usual, they're all maxed out, so you're like, you know, ear bleeding loud the moment you boot up the games. I wish games would stop doing that. You know, please put it somewhere in the area of like 30 to 50% to start. That way, for those who need it louder, they can turn it up. For those who need it quieter, they can turn it down. You have those options. The moment you max out your volume, if it's not loud enough in your game, congratulations, your game can't go any louder. You screwed yourself. Hey! Well, Jess, thank you so much for the raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream for the rest of it. And also, before I forget, thank you, Insane Spork, for the 60 stream streak, catching the last 60 streams without fail, so thank you so much for that. That is hecking ridiculous. And I hope you enjoy your extra 450 points. But thank you so much for the raid, and welcome in, raiders. I do hope everything is going well. It's a car game kind of day. Yep, we're gonna do truck is stuck, brand new science-y truck is my understanding. We were just going through our settings to see what sort of accessibility stuff we've got. For those who are not familiar with WoJess, is an absolutely fantastic creator on the platform that I highly recommend checking out. I don't even have to expand their tab to tell you that recently they've been playing Pacific Drive, because I've been watching them play Pacific Drive. Which, for those who don't know, is I jokingly call it spoopy, like Drive Looter. It's kind of an extraction style game where you go into a thing, you collect your resources, you get out, maybe your car gets busted up along the way and needs repair, so maybe that expedition didn't garner as much benefit as you hoped, or maybe it took off like abandoned, got all sorts of good stuff. But it's got all sorts of weird spoopy things, like these things that like attach to your car and damage it, and sort of these like creepy people like stand there, and then when you're not looking they move, and so when you turn them back and forth they'll be at different places. I wouldn't call it a horror game by any stretch of the imagination. It is very like resource gathering driving simulator with weirdness going on, but there's a mild amount of spoopiness going on there too. But it looks really good. It's one of the games I intend to play. I just haven't been able to get a hold of a key. I've debated just straight up buying it myself. Luckily, there's been enough games coming out that I haven't had a need to. But absolutely check out WoJess, fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, the stream team that I am on, and is absolutely wonderful. So definitely someone to check out. Let's see. Just some old guy saying, if you're susceptible to vibes, it can be scary. No, yeah. So like, it's definitely one of those games. It's like it's got some spoopy stuff happening. I wouldn't go all the way to the horror branch of saying that kind of game, but it is one of those games you can turn around and go, oh hi, okay, just jump scare me a little bit there, or just like weird stuff. But it's weird that it is a game that you're racing around in a car, collecting resources, upgrading your car, so you do like a little bit of inventory Tetris and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's atmospherically spoopy. while not necessarily being straight up spoopy. So it's like Project Zomboid kind of spooky, where it's like, okay, thematically it is a horror thing, but also you don't play Project Zomboid and go, I am playing a horror game. It doesn't feel that way. Being alone in a weird place, yeah. That's a nice graphic, cool looking. Oh yeah, I've seen the customizations that people have been putting on their cars of like the glow in the dark planetscape and all that. It looks great. I definitely intend on playing it. It's just we've been kind of caught up in other things. But anyways, for those popping in, I am Rual, Storge, who play variety games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold the world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Wait, glow in the dark? I believe they're glow in the dark. Am I wrong? But thank you so much for popping in. I thought it was I saw FG driving around with a glow in the dark car. Like it was like just like the moons and the stars were glow in the dark. I thought it was glow in the dark. I could be wrong. I haven't played the game yet. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Let me go ahead and get that sip. So but yeah, I used to hold the world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. And that said, that record has been beaten. But I do play a variety of games here, so you'll see a lot of RimWorld, which you also see on Wojess's channel. As well as, like, we've been playing a lot of Kenshi lately. We've done Bannerlord. We've done City Builders, Settlement Builders, Survival. We do a whole range of stuff. I do a much wider range than most people do on their channels, which might be a bad idea, but I do it. They look glow in the dark. Maybe it's just the night reflecting. It could be. You want a glowy car? I know, right? But yeah, so we'll definitely want to check that out. I definitely look forward to that. With that said, we are just trying MudRunner's Expeditions, which is a brand new game that I was actually going over. The release date is complicated. If you got an early release version as like a creator or whatever, you were able to start playing yesterday. If you paid a bunch of money and you're on PC, you could play yesterday. If you're on console and you paid a bunch of money, I think you can play today. If you didn't pay a bunch of money, you just played the regular place, you can play in 5 or like 3 days. It's a whole thing. It says you just turn your car in game sized Hot Wheels vehicle. Nice. I hope this didn't have any cryptids. It shouldn't. But with that said, this is their brand new release. We were just going over, seeing what accessibility settings, because I do advocate for people with disabilities and neurodivergent conditions. So far, they had motion blur on, but you can turn it off. And they had some, nice little things you could change that might help people with motion sickness. I do suspect a lot of driving games, there's only so much you can kind of do. For HUDs, we have, like, I appreciate that they have the objective markers, and if you're someone who wants to try hard, you can turn them off and just have to memorize the map. Cool. You get paid when it releases, so you have time to think about it. Nice. And you have, like, your controls can show. Zone markers, I don't really know what it is. If you want to have wheels, you have that. You can change your control settings, so that's good. I don't use a QWERTY keyboard, so we'll see what happens here. If it's one of those ones that they program it by the button location or by the button itself, we'll figure it out. Has controller support. Has wheel support. And a bunch of options for wheels as well. I don't have a wheel, so I won't worry about it. Alright, sorry about that. So lots of setting there. Should be pretty good. But let's go ahead and get into this game. As you can see, I have not played before. So we'll figure this out. You just got paid today? Nice. Now, for those... Okay, before jumping into your first expedition, let's learn the basics of driving. W. Okay, so I did have to switch my keyboard layout. Oh, I don't. Actually, it was smart enough it is working with Dvorak. Cool. I appreciate it. Let me adjust those volumes a little bit. It's just a wee bit on the loud side. But yeah, for those who are not familiar, MudRunner and SnowRunner is the games that came before this, or I think Spin Tires is another one. I'm only familiar with SnowRunner myself, but they're lovingly or not so lovingly referred to as Truck is Stuck Simulator. You can probably guess why. But it is a game where if you've ever played like American Truck Simulator, where you deliver stuff from one place to another, gotcha, just you have a good time. Let me know how the meeting goes. I was intending on going, and then a bunch of stuff came up, and now it's like, all right, well, I'm just gonna go to stream. But I'll help out with the thing that we're discussing there later, which everyone will get to hear about later, and I won't spoil. But yeah, so we'll do about that. But yeah, so for when it comes to SnowRunner, like it feels like American Truck Simulator, except instead of having nice, well-paved highways that are taken care of, it's the opposite. Everything's washed out and ruined, and so you're just like trying to like truck through the mud and just make things happen. This one, from my understanding, is less established area. You're more explorers and scientists and like trying to do initial setups of areas. And that's the idea for this. So to my understanding, while there still is towing and moving all sorts of cargo, it's a lot more exploration-y side of things. All right, so keep following the quest markers. Okay. And I accidentally turned on my parking brake. Makes my car smell funny brake. All right. But yeah, so it has, mechanically it's supposed to be a lot like SnowRunner with a different game loop, but we'll see. Alright, to move farther, you'll need to engage your all-wheel drive, making traversal of any rough terrain much easier, but at the cost of higher fuel consumption. So, first thing I want to give positive feedback to this game is, it has a tutorial that means something. Versus SnowRunner's like, yeah, good luck, man. So I do appreciate that. All right. So as you can see, we're gonna go out down into the mud, and you'd have the risk of like getting stuck. You need a new muffler, Bluty Buggy. Yeah. It's never. You know how cars work already, right? Well, it's not even that. It's like, you know how cars work? Also, pretend to extrapolate that into a 2D environment where you use a keyboard instead of controls in your dash. Differential lock. If you're completely stuck, you must engage the... You should say you can engage the differential lock. This will help a lot. In order to, you will have to shift to a lower gear. I mean, I'm not stuck, but okay. You're teaching me game mechanics. One of the things that happens the most in this game, like the previous versions of this game, is when you play that, people are like, you should turn on your diff lock without having a clue what diff lock actually does. Where 99% of the time, diff lock doesn't really help you at all. It's got specific use cases. You finally have large apps that are good? Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. I do hope they get you sorted. Enter exchange mode. What? Quest item. On the left of your vehicles is your vehicle's inventory. On the right is the resource area. Select the quest item and add it to your vehicle's inventory. Close the menu. Okay, well that's new. What do you want me to do? Oh, you want me to put this back in there. Right, because they made us pull in straight to demonstrate that you can't go reverse while in the low gear diff lock. Oh. Why are you just making me, like, drive around in a circle? Okay. Alright. Tire inflation. Adjusting the pressure depending on terrain type reduces significantly improved traction, but at the cost of higher fuel consumption. Let's try it. So it's T. So it can reduce the pressure. And I do know from seeing someone else play a little bit, like I didn't see the beginning of the game, but I saw them just doing a thing, that if you leave the tire pressure low and you start driving fairly quick, it will absolutely murder your tires. Alright, refueling. Expeditions will take you across long distances. For that, we recommend taking fuel canisters with you. Hold control, and then refuel our foot. Truck using space. Okay, so I can bring extra fuel with me. Alright. If your vehicle is damaged, use spare parts to repair the damaged components. Hold control. Okay, so it seems like I bring like gas and service parts with me, but it does mean I don't have room for cargo. Stage completed. Deliver supplies. We are delivering a memory card. Okay. Alright, so we got 3,000 monies. Alright, so session time was 3 minutes 35 seconds. We traveled a distance of 496.5 yards, used 4.6 gallons of gas, took no damage, and then we just got money for our first trip. Cool. So that was a tutorial. That's a big truck for memory card. That's the thing. It's like, why didn't we just put it in our pocket? Select a drop-off region. Little Colorado is perfect to hone your skills. Well, I have the choice of Little Colorado or Little Colorado, but we have the choice of Little Colorado, Arizona, the Carpathians, and then Mods region. Cool. Expeditions are the main missions. Progress through the game and earn various rewards by completing them. And then you have the Codex, which is just like, I want to learn about how things work. Just click on the things. We're not going to go through and, you know, read all of that because I think the wall of text is a terrible way of explaining a game, but it's good to have that for when you go to reference stuff later. All right. So it's interesting that free roam is locked. I must complete Stone Ford. So my only option is first expedition. Your first assignment, you have to go to the mountains, install a radio module that will improve the signal quality at the base. But be careful, the road is not easy. We require a screw jack and a sideboard, which is a type of trailer. It is easy. It is 1,093.61 of unspecified units. They'll want a high. We want an off-road truck. Height differences and water train. Well, that's kind of nice. So this is warning me what kind of hazards I'm going to run into. Height differences mean I have a lot more risk of rolling over, and then water train is water. Let's see. By the way, missed the beginning. Is this sponsored? No, we are not sponsored. I'm being paid nothing. I can be as mean and cruel and unkind to the game as I want, and I don't have to worry about it. Not that I normally am that way, but, you know, that would be fine. But let's see. So we're getting Don 71 as a truck. We have a specialist of logisticians, Connor Erickson. I have no idea who that is or what that means. And we're at a hospital, or an Eastern outpost. Cool. So I have to choose a truck, and it recommended an off-road truck. So that's a Scout. That's an off-road. So it's put an exclamation mark on the off-road trucks. Oh, there is a high recovery cost. Interesting. So I've got A minus, B, A minus. That's interesting. So that one's got the sideboard. So I'll definitely want to do one of these two. I'm gonna go with this one, I think. Do I have to buy this? Like, I'm not seeing anything here that implies... Okay, so I need that. It says I have to have a screw jack. I will put an extra... I guess I can't. All right, well, that's fine. If I can't do it, I can't do it. We'll just go through. It might be tutorial. So let's select you. Look, I just... So the UI is a little confusing. I'm trying to figure out how I do, because there's deploy there. And then select there just goes to here. Map? Okay. Because there's deploy. That implies I already have a truck. Select one truck. You must have at least one truck. I have a truck. I've selected the truck. This is the resources. I can sell resources. I can codex or back. What happens if you click on the cargo? I got you. Okay. There we go. Install your first car upgrade. Okay. So, it was a little unclear to me on what it wanted. I still am not entirely... Okay, now I can deploy. Alright, so it feels like they just need one more prompt there to be like, hey, just so you know, like, yeah, it's got an exclamation mark. Because I was busy trying to figure out how to, like, deploy the thing. It would be fine if you put your mouse where it's like, hey, you need to put your thing on there. So it just took me... Because that's the kind of thing that you run into when you're developing games where you have player confusion. If a person sat there for a couple of minutes and couldn't figure it out, they might be like, stupid game, and get rid of it. Which you can be like, oh, well, that just means whatever. But if a lot of your players get stuck there, that's a problem. So you just, you know, that's how you figure stuff out. Okay, so. We can trade stuff here. It doesn't look like there's anything I need right now. That's a good thing. Yeah, no, I mentioned you need one side jack and a sideboard, but the problem is if you don't want to, like, if you're not someone who's played these games before and you do not know what a sideboard is, you don't know that that's the thing you need to be after. Let's see. In expeditions, you'll have to navigate the train, use the mini-map. Okay, right now we can't see anything around us to be worthwhile, so we're just going to go deal with that. But yeah. It just felt like there was a place there that... And I understand part of it's I am streaming, so I am doing the whole thing where I'm keeping up with 30 things at once as distractions. So it is one of those things that's very easy for me to overlook stuff. It felt like there would be an easy place for them to just put like one little thing to be like, hey, by the way, we're trying to get you to go over here to find this. Why do you want me to go through the water when I can go around it? Echo Sounder. Use Echo Sounder to determine the depth of water. I see. So it is teaching me... I see. So what's happening is it gives taller reddish... You literally... I mean, that shows as like having no real arrow. Like, it's teaching me how to use it, but also like... Yeah, so that's much shallower. I got the radio stuff. Alright, so we're going to learn how to use the drone. So we have a bunch of trees on this side. So we got a path down here. That should be easy enough. All right. Yep, that is also a very fair point with Carolee, is pointing out that the arrows were green and red, which is the most common type of color blindness. So it's fine that they use color. The problem is they use color, like, very heavily. The arrows were different heights, but I could see it being not as clear. I don't think it'll be... We'll take another look at it. I don't think it'll be too bad in that it did seem to make them taller, but let's see how much different they were. But yeah. So I'm in the circle. This is the top of the mountain with the drone. Did that not consider... Oh. I misunderstood in directions. Yeah, I didn't realize I wanted the drone right there. I was just like looking for the path there. That is me not reading. That is player problem. That's the reason it's like one of the things. It's fine. Okay. Let's see. Use the winch to pull your vehicle out of trouble. Attach it to natural elements and pull. Trees are commonly useful winch points, but be careful. They can break. Push F to attach the winch. Stage completed. You can find the winch under Devices tab. So install the radio. All right. It is interesting that they made recovering your vehicles very expensive in this one by comparison. Deliver supplies. Sometimes in expeditions, you'll have to complete quest item deliveries. Complete the structure construction. Deliver. Yay. Stage completed. Binoculars are a great way to explore the map, find a useful place and convenient path for your vehicles to pass. Look at the area in the marked map to scout it. Yeah, so there's a way up over there. Yeah, so it looks like we go this way, we go up that ridge here, and up there. There's also maybe a spot over there, but I think that one looks like less awful. Look around with the drone. Using a drone, you can also discover unexplored parts of the map. Okay. So there's an airdrop there. Alright. Anytime during an expedition, you can recover your vehicle to the field base. But you've warned me that costs a lot. Recover to the base to park your truck. But that costs a lot. You literally warned me you cost a lot. I know you have to teach me the mechanic. Am I going to get this one for free? I'm also clicking on that and... I'm clicking on it. There we go. Field base of operation. Okay, so this one's free. That's fine. Alright. You want me to park the truck over here, it looks like. Complete an expedition earning at least one bonus reward. We got the bonus for taking less than 200 damage. Does driving around still feel the same? Delayed wheel turn? I don't mean this in a negative sense. Yeah, no, it feels very much like SnowRunner. Granted, obviously we haven't been getting bogged down in like super duper deep mud or anything right now. But I have been told that the game starts out easy, but the difficulty does ramp up as you get into it. So it does seem like they did try to be good about, you know, starting the game on a relatively easy setup and going from there. Nearby areas, we could set down the metal detector. Cool. What are you recommending, actually? You're recommending a scout. Alright. Off-road. So the Lodestar is supposed to be a scout. That Jeep is a scout. The Dawn 71 SE is a scout. Okay. Dawn's got a higher gas tank and a longer range. Sure. We'll go with that one. Add... Oh, it's a device on the roof. Okay, so we're putting a metal detector on our roof. I see. So we can go out here and deploy. Start expedition. Alright. So let's take a quick look at our map, see what we know. So we've got this over here. Use the metal detector in the specified area. Where? Oh, over here? Is that not where we literally normally start? Why did I start over here? I'm so confused. Let's... Building modules, essential storage. $10,000. Interesting. Building module, essential storage. I'm a little confused why we appeared over here versus the art place. I'm guessing it's a tutorial thing. Just looking at this, it looks like the route we want to take is up here, over this way. There's no ramp down there. Probably over around here. Go around the water trap. That looks like it might dip down here. Then maybe around the outside there. Up and around this way. Actually, put you over there. Go this way. Let's try and snag this. What are you? Gold mining? Oh, are these my actual mission objectives? No, those are airdrops. Oh, recover to here is free. So I'm guessing we have ancient remnants. Why are they spawning me over here? Alright, that's fine. I'm guessing the gold mining marks where I'm supposed to be going. That's not what I wanted to do, it's what I did. Okay, so I'm guessing we're going for... I'm over here now? What? I am so confused. Alright, so we got an airdrop over here. But we should explore that up there. Then go for the airdrop real fast. We'll go over here, we'll scout this out, and see what we can do. So you can build up your camp eventually. I guess. Oh, now I actually have a marker on our map. That was the problem. For whatever reason, I got moved to the other area, and it threw off everything. I think I just misclicked something. So find the red signal. Okay, that was way less confusing looking now. Alright, so boom, 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 and we can figure it out when we get there. If indicators on the metal detector turn white, it means there are objects to search within the radius of 200 meters. A metal detector gives you information about the location of the objects. Red is resources, blue is items, green is upgrades. Okay. Let's get to the first spot it wants me to do this. Yeah, now this little thing is like, when we were at the other location, the flag was nowhere nearby, and it just got me confused. Show task. We're not going to follow that task right now, but we have grabbed it, I believe. All right. All right. So let's try the device. It's telling me there are things in that direction. Alright, so let's try going over there where we see that rock-looking thing behind us. And see what we find. Because it seemed to imply there was something here. Okay, so it's much farther that way. I do wish I could move while I was being deployed and undeployed. Alright. Alright, so that's... Alright, so I understand. It's not telling me that's where it is. It's just saying, cardinally from where I am at, there's something in that direction. Fair enough. It looks like to get up that ridge, I'm going to have to go over here. Apparently racing over a cactus real fast is bad for your car, in case anyone is wondering. Alright. We can get an anchor. I don't know what that is, but I'll go ahead and take it. Find upgrades, the green signal. Okay. Yeah, so it's saying there's upgrades in that general direction. So it's kind of interesting, instead of just, you know, finding stuff that you can metal detect to make it happen. Oh. We have actual mud there. All right. Bouncing around a little bit here. Don't. I'm rolling over because I can't control anything. And the problem is if your vehicle flips over, it stalls, and there's not a whole lot of way to recover from there. Okay. Reminds a story about how being too competitive in hide and seek left him sitting on a cactus for 10 minutes. Alright, high range. A high range gearbox increased gear count, top speed, fuel efficiency at the expense of lower strength. Not available for the current truck. I need to angle a little bit better. Hey, Trippy Gaming, how's it going? Yeah, so, there we go. Let's get back out of this area. Take a quick peek of our map of the areas it wants me to get to. So we've got one up here. Probably go something like that. Would be my guess is how we route around here. Okay. There you go. Game just hung for a second there. Yeah, so it feels like much more on the exploration side of what was in SnowRunner and a lot less on the hauling side, which I don't mind. That is kind of one of the things that if I were to give like a positive negative of SnowRunner, I really enjoyed SnowRunner, but it definitely felt like sometimes trying to come up. Can I go up that way? Let's take a quick. Let's put our tools to use. Drone friend, what are we looking at over here? So I've got that over there. Yeah, so that looks like how we get up is over here. Yeah, so we just need to go around the rock over here. That'll be fine. Oh, it's just an easy drive around. Okay. But yeah, so, SnowRunner did have exploration as an important game mechanic, as well as things you did pretty early on, and then you just kind of revealed the map. And then it was mostly hauling stuff, which is fine. Like, that was the main game loop of it. Get thing from point A to point B. Which is good, and I'm glad they had it. It was, to me, it was a very fun game. I plan to play more of SnowRunner. It started out really well on the channel, and it kind of started to die off, which is why I didn't end up playing a whole lot more of it. Oh, okay. All right, let's consider our actions. Somebody, well, thank you. I appreciate it. Just go ahead and give ourselves a safety winch. No specific reason. For those who didn't see, there was a really deep crack that where I was trying to cross at the first spot was not the best. All right, so we're up here. So I imagine we came along this way. That looks like a sheer cliff there. So imagine it's one of those ones that we cross down over here. That might be a path over there. Otherwise, this might be a path, or that might be a path. So let's go around here, and then we'll do the drone and binoculars to try and figure it out from that point. Okay, and that's what I want us to observe. Yay! Okay, we've observed. Let's move on. I wonder what my flashlight or my headlight buttons are. I mean, do I have headlights going on right now? It does seem like I have, like, dim headlights going on. Not particularly useful ones. Crunch. Use binoculars? Oh, I didn't see that while we were up there. That probably would have been a good idea. I wouldn't have been able to see around the ledge, but it would have still given me an idea if there was something obvious on this side. Which one of the 3 routes you're looking at was on this side. Ooh, that was a proper knock. That's okay. Sometimes you just gotta assert your dominance over the engine. All right. Let's take a 2-second peek using our tools. It's gonna tell me our signal's bad because we'd be too far away. I also can't go higher, apparently. Oh. I guess this is the hard limit. So there's clearly a ramp over here. Yeah, so it looks like we snake through this area and then go from there. Alright. Ah, I couldn't see it very well from up there. I didn't realize how craggy that was. Alright. Yeah, so we got the 2 chunks of rocks. There's nothing to really go through, and that gap seems like it'll be a little much. Yeah, so you can go around all that. Oh no, Trippy Gaming. I stream a bunch of platforms. I actually have like 115 people over here on Twitch as well. Generally speaking, there's really not much viewership on YouTube for live content. All right, so let's try and path that out. So I think the idea is we get down to the road here, we go around this way. And then that's the ramp we're going for. I didn't see exactly how we get up there. But that ramp, and then we just kind of snake up here. Alright. Can I bump the fence? Yeah, get this fence out of here. All that fence ever did was constrict our environment. You achieved a state at ice cream? Nice. Man, very genuinely, Twitch is my main platform. I do stream on Twitch, TikTok, and YouTube. Oh, I didn't see that was a ledge. The whole seeing things in the dark. Alright. But Twitch is my main platform. But to give you an idea, even on stuff like when I've had live streams that end up getting lots and lots and lots of views on YouTube, which isn't very often, because I don't cater my content specifically for what specifically tends to do well on YouTube versus Twitch. What ends up happening is it's one of those things that I will have, I'll have the live viewership of the stream. Don't do that. That's cursed. The live viewership of the stream on YouTube will be like 5, 10, 15 people. And then when it goes to being the recording later, it'll, you know, get several 100,000 views or whatever. Not hundreds of thousands, not nearly that much. Found the headlight button? I have not found the headlight button. I'm clearly getting some kind of light off my car. I don't know if it's like, they're just like the low lights versus high beams. There we go. I knew I'd be able to get over that. Come on. We just inch to the left a little bit more, I won't be stuck on this rock with my back tire. Because that's what's got me stuck right now, is those back tires. And they're just not getting much grip on the rock. Alright. It's probably better. No, it's... I'm really surprised there's no winch point at all, though. So I think I'm going to take the strategy... Just expected bang engine here in a moment. The strategy of go fast. That's not going to make any difference. Alright, let's just try and go over this way more. Yeah, it's just we're beach in the middle of the Jeep on that. And I could maybe fix that by going a slant, but then the risk of rolling over gets real high. It's fine. There's a ledge over there we can also see. There's like slope section to your left. Yeah, the problem is it slopes down to there's like two big chunks of rock over there. If we pull up the map, where I am, so it goes over here. This area didn't look like it's particularly crossable all the way over here. I didn't see a good way to get up to that ledge, and then we had these two chunks down here which don't really help. So I don't really see how you get to that area. Honestly, it feels like I'm just trying to get to where I can reach all these trees, maybe. Oh, that is cursed. Oh, there's mud back there. Not at that steep of an angle, you're just gonna roll. Wouldn't be so bad, there's like nowhere to anchor here. Yeah, like 20 feet to your left from over there. Yeah, it's just kind of a cliff over there. Trying to get to turn the way I want it to, but I got the angle bad going in. Let's turn around real fast. Keep turning, keep turning. It's fine. I didn't want that engine anyways. I was curious about that as well. No. I literally am going to suffer for this. If that's going to bother you, Darth, like that's something you just got to figure out. I do not want any tips whatsoever. Like, we're going to figure out, and we're going to make mistakes, and that's fine. I need... Nope, 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 nope. Don't you roll. Half of the fun is actually figuring out how the game mechanics work, making mistakes, doing that. Because once you learn the game mechanics, you just know them, and you can't go back to before that. And that can, like, a lot of ways be what ruins the game and all that. That's not what I wanted. I had a little too much gusto. So the problem is I need to get out of here without killing the engine. Let's see, Joey said you love figuring out the watching others helps me relive that fun. Oh yeah, that's I've commented with games like Product Zomboid, you know. Alright, one thing I am doing. You're not telling what time I'm skipping to. Night can be good for, like, being atmospheric and interesting, but it makes it impossible to see anything you're doing. So I do really wish they gave us the option of, like, turning some of that stuff off. There is nothing to anchor to in this whole place. And then the other issue is just the shapes of these rocks naturally wants to wedge me into this gap here. And there's nothing to anchor to around. Yeah, so I can't turn around there. Yeah, because if we could just turn the vehicle any way but the orientation it has, I might be able to do something. Nah, it's just the shapes of those rocks. They just naturally corral it back into the same, like, little groove here. Because, like, that little nook there pushes the vehicle back that way, and then the one behind it turns it so I can't orient it the other way either. Well, that's not what you want. Alright. So. Time for rescue. So the big problem is this game, unlike SnowRunner, does take a lot of your money to recover your vehicles. So let's go back here. Oh, recovery is free? You lied to me. The game has kept being like, recovery costs all this money, and you're like, what? Alright, so let's try this again. Why are you down here now? Okay. I mean, I understand. That's the field base. Alright. Yeah, so that doesn't look very climbable over there. Like, that's where we just were. Like, maybe there's a side over here? Let's take a peek to see if that's maybe a doable thing. It doesn't feel like it. That's a sheer cliff there, so we're not going up that way. Okay. Does AAA have service out here? Well, I was expecting to, like, switch vehicles, put on a tow cable, and then drag my own vehicle out of that pit by just taking the big heavy truck up on the ledge and pulling it kind of thing. I will say, the mud on this one is much harder to make out. Oh. Hey! How to be quiet. How goes the stream? Or how was the stream? I shouldn't say how goes the stream. How was the stream? Thank you so much for the raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream and all that. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. For those who don't know how to be quiet, absolutely fantastic content creator. Definitely did not watch them dancing around in... Was it a maid's outfit? yesterday for charity. But definitely plays a bunch of like the simulation stuff. Played plenty of Project Zomboid. So if you like Project Zomboid, which I know a lot of you here will, they do play that over there. I believe has also been playing Expeditions. And thank you so much for all of those raids. I really do appreciate it. But yes, definitely check out How to Be Quiet. Absolutely fantastic content. But welcome in, Raiders. I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I am most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold the world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed, 135,121 zombies killed in on one character, one life in harder than apocalypse settings. With well, that's exciting. With no mods to change itemization or vehicles. That said, that record has been beaten. But I am a variety streamer. I do play a bunch of variety of games between like RimWorld and Settlement Builders and all that kind of stuff. And we are now trying Expeditions. I think that literally puts me where I was last time. This feels like a terrible idea, and I don't really have an anchor point. But we tried going the other way, and it went terribly, so we're trying this. But we tried this game out. It was fantastic. I'm enjoying it so far. Let's see. You have no volume. Must be rated. Anyone else stuck muted? I'm not. If so, I could let them know that shouldn't be muted. They might just need to refresh. Oh, let's play this dangerously. I'm feeling less confident living in a dangerous life. I'm feeling incredibly unconfident about the dangerous life. I knew that was going to happen. That's fine. I would say we're very stuck here. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Okay, so this time we are learning that when I click on that one, it teleports me down here for reasons I don't know. Alright, so let's look at this again. Alright, so the paths we've checked is this way was cursed, which is pretty much what I figured about. This way looks cursed. I tried this way last time. That's not what I wanted. I tried this way last time. Let's see, you did the dare drop challenge. You managed to hang a vehicle from a winch thanks to velocity. Jank persists from SnowRunner. Yep. So you have move on the left side of the section area names are. I saw you have to move it on the left side selection where your names are. Yeah, no, it was weird. So you click on that icon and it chooses like the category and it's defaulting to that one, which is just really confusing. So yeah. So there is the ridge there. Maybe over this way? No, because I don't see where you get up from here. And I don't think it's that one, because this is where we're trying to cross that gap. So I don't think we can go up here. And that seems like a whole ledge. Sometimes all you have to do is winch to a bird. Solve problems or make worse, or both. Yeah, so I am going to do the same thing we did, not this last time because I felt less confident in that, but what we did the first time, because we got pretty close to being able to get our things. I think it just went a bit too much on the send it. And went right over a ledge. So we're gonna figure it out. But yeah, no, I've seen it's already got some of the jank we all love, hate, love from SnowRunner. But we definitely do all that stuff. But yeah, I do play a variety of games, so we're playing some Expeditions today. It became available for people who paid the extra who are on PC, or for creators who got early access yesterday. Yesterday was my day off. And then for those who are on consoles and paid extra, I think it became available today. I don't know that for sure. And then for everyone else, I think it's 3 more days. Yeah, that's fine. I want my transmission to be damaged. It makes it work better. Not really. Okay, so last time, I had some success going over this way to the left here. But I was like, I need to like really go for it. And I really went for it a little too much. You know what I just remembered? Chat. I'm being dumb. Where was that? Where was that thing set here? It wasn't tab. Where was the tire pressure? There we go. You guys get food meat? Gotcha. Thank you so much for the raid. You get that food new. So, lower tire pressure effectively makes your tires grippier because they deform more as you're trying to go over stuff. So what I'm going to try and do is we don't want to drive much on low tire pressure. But over here where we were struggling to get over this and got close, they flatten out, right? Yeah, well when your tires are low, they basically deform more, so you can get more surface area on whatever you're trying to climb. The downside is, you know, if you have very low tire pressure and you're driving them really fast, your tires heat up and bad things happen. In the video game logic, tire take damage. Alright, well I mean that climbed a bit better before we beached it. But I think if we get the angle where I'm not there, but over here instead, we got possibilities. Yeah, remembering game mechanics, that does a lot for you. So I need to remember that tire pressure is a mechanic in the game. Alright. I bet you I could have, not the second one where I just flat out dumped it into a crack, but the first one where I got it stuck, I bet you I actually could have gotten that out by lowering the tire pressure as well. But yeah, I do thank people for not being like, yo, lower your tire pressure. Like, genuinely thank you for not saying it. Because let me trial and error and figure it out. It's also a thing that can be useful for developers of games, that when they see people playing their games, and they see people getting stuck when playing without having someone guiding their hand, because that means, most likely, other players are going to get stuck there. And sometimes it can be good to have some type of visual reminder that being like, hey, don't forget there's this game mechanic we introduced to you at a time you didn't need it, that you probably forgot about, because there's just a little icon that says T on the left that makes them there going, look how easy you make it with that time? Yeah, exactly. And that's established as like, oh yeah, don't forget the tire pressure. Well done. The road to Panoramas is not easy, but you did an excellent job. The views were worth every bit of effort. Cool. Since I just happen to have this thing up here, alright, basically a whole lot of nothing. There's like one icon over there in the distance. So what's interesting is when I first started saying, like, when I chose vehicles, oh, as a reminder, it's going to cost you a bunch of money to bring that back, and then it doesn't cost money. So I do feel like there's some UI pains they have here. Alright, so what do we got next on our agenda? We finished that. We've got gold mining. Find the artifact remains. Head altar. Yeah, got a bunch of airdrops everywhere. Did we not do this? I thought we did this thing. Alright. So we can go to the head altar. The one that seems the closest, though, was the, gold mining. Which immediately turned around and took me back there, as opposed to this one. The UI is a little jank. Let's see. So do you think this is a courtesy thing of not charging you in the very beginning, or is this the bug we should report? I have no idea. Because if it is like just the way the game works, what's that? It says climb? Why is that saying climb here? Some of that stuff is like really confusing as to what it even wants. I'm trying to remember now how I get back to the menu where you choose your expedition stuff. It's fine. Let's go to the ancient ruins. But first, we will go inventory. Set an anchor on a flat surface to get a new anchor point to winch to. Can be returned. I forgot that was there. Whoops. That's me learning the learning the game and just having stuff we're forgetting. Let's go ahead and bring some spare parts with us. Is climate challenge sorts? Maybe. Oh yeah, your parking brakes. Alright, so for this route, so I feel like that's where we're climbing. I think we go over that ledge. Alright. I have no idea, but you turn your tire pressure back up relatively quickly. You don't just drive around to the low tire pressure. If you do, it damages your tires very rapidly. Because driving on underinflated tires at any type of speed will absolutely trash your tires in real life. That's what makes tires explode on the highway a lot of time, is underpressurized tires. It deforms, heats up, and has problems, and then they go boom. Here, we can just go down here real fast, and go to that spot. Yep. Yeah, they don't have an animation for it, but the assumption is you'd have, like, a tire pump with you, you let some air out, you go up the rocks, and then you pump back up. Oh, I didn't need the metal detector on here. That's fine, we'll lug the extra weight. Alright. And we're back to the exact same thing I did in SnowRunner, which is just advancing to daytime all the time. Because while the night is beautiful, a pain in the butt to actually see what the heck is happening. Surprise cactus don't pop your tires? Honestly, I have no idea how cactus would do against tires. We have cactus in Florida, but not like you do other places. They're usually used more for decorative things. You'll see them growing in the side of the road, the little scrub kind of cactus where it's just a bunch of flat sections or whatever. The idea of being able to create a winch point is kind of cool. So, like, what I could have done back there, had I remember I had the thing in my cargo, I could have just driven over to the ledge, slapped it down, winched my way over to it, assuming the winch is strong enough, which it probably would have been, because we were on the fence being able to just go up on our own engine power. Alright. I discovered a new climb. No. No. Please, please, please. Okay. That crisis temporarily averted. Sort of. Alright. What would be the best way for me to fix this? Okay, easy enough to get up here. Yeah, so we have cactus like the ones I'm running over right now here in Florida. Like those kind of like little scrub ones. We don't have like the big saguaro or whatever. Not really. I'm sure there are people who do like go out of their way to grow them in their yard and yada yada yada. But you don't see them otherwise. Like the little flat ones that bunch up like that, we have plenty. So I still don't know what climb means here. Did we not find the... Oh, okay, there's more. So I found this one. So I suspect I'm supposed to go around this way. I didn't realize it made a new marker for me. Like those bayonet plants? Yeah. People grow those as well. Alright, Luxray, you sleep well. Thank you for hanging out. Okay, so it's got some depth there. Yeah, I think the red-green for the depth meter is not that big a deal. Because even when it's green, a lot of times that's too deep without a snorkel. So it's just arrow length is what you really care about. Alright, I'm assuming that there is bad time mud. All right. I'm seeing a problem with this strategy. I'm seeing a fairly significant problem with this strategy. Alright, I was all like, I'm gonna avoid the mud. The mud looks bad. Let's not do the mud. I'm gonna go for the mud because the Gravity Express feels like it's not a good time. And also, just because I'm curious, that's not what I'm looking for actually. I want this. Nothing. Because it feels like this game is going to lean way more on the exploration side of things than the other one, which makes sense for a name like Expeditions. Just go for it, it's fine. I'm assuming the dark red spot there is like the really nasty mud. Alright, let's drone it up. A no-flight zone? What do you mean, no flight? That's okay. It's a no-flight zone. I'm still seeing enough to make... Yeah, okay, I already know what the plan is. It's like no-flight zone. But you can go ahead and fly just a minute anyways. Alright, so... It actually looked like... Yeah, so that's a trap down there. It actually looked like the route is over here. Welcome to Area 51. Because, like, this one, it looks like you'll be able to get over this spot fine, and then you hit this and go, what now? And it could be, like, loops around this way. That's fine. I do see there's a path that can go up here. So how soupy is the soup in this? Hey, the follow. Welcome to stream. Okay. It's fine. Not sure I end up here, but loving the chill vibes. Well, How to Be Quiet rated, so most likely that's how you got here. Or through, you know, some convoluted series of raids where someone rated How to Be Quiet and then they rated me and that kind of thing. But welcome. I do aim to give chill vibes. It's one of the values I try to have the channel offers for people, you know, you had a stressful day at work, you deal with anxiety, whatever the deal is, you're just looking for a place like relax, wind down, chill. Try to offer that. And by that I mean I'm going to slam my transmission into the ground again and again. That's definitely the right move. We have established long ago that every once in a while you just have to assert dominance over your vehicle to remind it its place, after which point it immediately rolls and asserts its dominance. But, you know, there's a power play happening there. I thought you had a strike plate. Okay, yeah, there's a place you can cross. It's like, that's a big crack in the ground. It's empty here too. Keep looking. Ah, I missed the dialogue the last time. I was probably just distracted. Really? Oh, that wheel's starting to merge into the ground. Don't do that. Wheel. There we go. Your stream visual quality is extremely high. Well, thank you. I put a lot of effort into trying to make it as good as I can. Sometimes to a degree that I have to fight with it a lot. So, you're over there. So right now, that's the most obvious direction we can go. There's obviously the below, but I'm assuming if we're already up here, we're expected to stay up here. Because it'd be weird for the game to make me do a giant backtrack. You'd feel slightly trolled by that. Alright, let's try to reorient the Jeep. I'm going to just go back over it. It'd have been harder to turn around. Just roll on some, you know, tree laying down. But thank you. That's actually one of the things I worried about is having problems with the encoder issues after a video card, or not video card, video driver update. and I've been troubleshooting it for a while, and just very reluctantly, I actually turned down the quality of the encoding recently, but that just shows you how high I normally have it. That I could turn it down and that people still are very happy with it. Alright. I bet you with the low tires, we could probably still climb that. I don't know if I want to. Yeah, I don't think there's a reason to climb that. But I'm realizing the low tire pressure is tremendously powerful. I'm also learning I need to be more gentle on the truck. Which I don't want to because go faster. Look, the faster we get there, the less time we're driving, the less time we have that we can potentially be doing damage to a vehicle, and therefore, driving there as fast as we can possibly do it is going to do the least damage to a vehicle. That's gotta be it, right? I was also looking at back there where that's fine. Back there where there's like the crack going along is like that's really nasty because you very easily okay, I didn't get to read the thing. But just like you'd get your tires in along that crack and they would hold you in there very easily. Ancient Remains, thank you and your support for finding dinosaurs. Your interest is important. Together, we'll reveal the ancient secrets of time and history on their planet. We're going to give you $2,400 for what is likely, like, a fossil like that is... It's going to be worth a lot more than $2,400. You're talking at least 6 figures, if not 7 figures, for as complete of a fossil as that is. We did not get paid enough for that part of the operation. Alright, so let's try... Cool. Let's teleport back home. Now, the question I had is, does this get gas back on its own, or are we actually gradually running this... Yet, okay, so it is, we are depleting this place. Eventually, we are going to run out of supplies here. My assumption is that maybe these airdrops come back or something like that. Oh, where do I go to change my vehicle stuff? So I want to re-equip my vehicle, because it's supposed to use a metal detector to detect things, and I did that, and I'm not getting quest markers anymore. Can I get some upgrades? That's the thing I'm confused about. I appreciate that someone has... Who has the emote that's just dinosaurs? Paleo Birds. I have no idea who that is. It's a cool emote, though. But I'm trying to remember... Return to headquarters? Okay. There's the problem. I have to actually have, like, the return to headquarters. Okay, I understand. So it's instead of, like, SnowRunner where you go to the garage, you hit the button, it takes you to the garage, and you do the thing, that you go there and actually be like, take me back to the headquarters and do that. Alright, so you got Stone Forward, Heavy Shipping, Earthy Vibes. Alright, so we will need the jack screw and the anchor, and we will want an off-road that there is watery terrain. And that... Okay. Sure. So we'll select that. We need you. We need an off-road. So we have ABB. ABB. ABA. And ABA. And you are basically the same thing, but a bigger gas tank. Alright, so we're going to go here. We're going to add that. And I need you. And you. You'll toss a little gas in there. Alright, so I think we have what we need. Customize. Rear mounted, roof rack, sun visors. Oh, those are just... Okay, so these literally have no effect. My god. That is a lot of lug nuts. Oh! This takes me back. We had a whole discussion, and this is going back like a month, so 90% of people won't remember this, is I had a comment that I had been working at a place that did tours, and that they had a problem where someone had failed to put the lug nuts on a bus, and the bus tire just rolled away. And I said they had something like 12 lug nuts, and I basically got called a liar, that they only ever come with like 6 lug nuts. What do you look at that? That is 12 lug nuts. Yes, it's not a bus, but the point was, the person was making a big deal out of nothing, and they come in different configurations, and whatever. Alright, so we don't see anything that I particularly care about right here. It's fine. Oh, I can spray paint it. Spray paint it. So I'm hoping that persists between runs. It's also weird that the music is just straight up gone in this area. Time to bring up the VOD and add that person. Yeah. It'd still be in the VODs. But it's just one of those things. Like, the person's like, you're wrong. I'm like, It's like, just going to randomly call me wrong? You're wrong about the thing you experienced. Okay. What? I actually don't like those oranges. Orange is my favorite color, but I also don't like those oranges. We can go with that. Oh my god, we could be here forever. Emotional support vehicle. Sure, why not? Alright. Am I forgetting something? No, we're good. So where is my objective? I'm assuming that marker over there means it's where you need to go there. Extra fuel storage? Let's say, hey, that means you could take it on the plane with you, right? Absolutely. I mean, you have to pay the extra seat, though. I don't know why you're starting me at the other point, because I tried to choose the other point. What? Why do my tires have, like, random orange stripes on them? Oh, it was just because it was in... I see. It was just in the mud, and it hadn't gotten to... If you overturn, then open your inventory, where you'll find the jack screw, and use it to put your car back at its wheels. This has a limited number of charges, and only works if the truck is overturned. Oh, okay. That's cool. I was curious because the other one's like, you need a jack screw, and I'm like, but we didn't use it. So where are we going before we figure all this out? Oh, it's just one of those ones where it's just going to make us go around the map and be like, oh no, we're going to deliberately set you up in a situation where you're probably going to roll. Oh no, use the jack screw. I'm fine with it. I don't mind games, you know, staging a tutorial for you. That's been one of my big compliments about this game compared to SnowRunner. Is SnowRunner just absolutely was just like, here's the game. Later, nerd. Versus this one is actually taking a little bit more time to sit down. Did you want me to go through that water? I'm not going to. It's like Fjord of the Water's like, no. The water's ucky. When I've got a perfectly good ledge to go over here. Situational awareness. I mean, that's a pretty big gap. Go for it. That's not what I want. I want this one. No, stop. Okay. If you want to use a winch, but there's no convenient point to winch, use a winch anchor. An anchor can be played on non-stony ground. Would you... You're killing me, tutorial. If you're gonna have a prompt that covers my screen and disables my controls, please let me, you know, still have controls or pause the game or something. Alright, well, let's see if we can make this work. I would... let's go ahead and release this. And tab, winch, set up on that side. So now my assumption with this is that I don't get that back. That's just there. It was do this. Don't flip your car more than 3 times. Look, man. It's no flip 2024. Mana told me. So it's... Yeah, it's 5 uses. Let's see. Alright, so we have the expedition. So Colorado is very much definitely meant to be like your tutorial thing. That's fine. Let's just keep going. You want an off-road, 2 trucks. Okay. One of our forwards is stuck in the swamp, so we'll need to deploy an evac truck. This is a heavy truck, so you need a powerful vehicle to pull it out. Take it to the outpost. Okay, so we're towing something. Alright, so we want a, it's not clear what the difference between strength and power is, but okay. We want an off-road truck with high strength and power. I mean, it seems to be the same thing here. Yeah, that's fine. And it did remember my paint job. And we're not going to improve anything. We're just go with it. Yeah, it's fine. So, okay. So this time you're actually deploying me near where we're trying to go. So yeah, this is just the tutorial. It's teaching us the game mechanics, all that kind of stuff. That's fine. Alright, so what is the best way for me to get down to you? Alright. Yeah, so when you're looking at games like MudRunner, SnowRunner, Spin Tires, all that, it is kind of the gist where they will have objectives. There's exploration is a major part of the game where you kind of have to like look at the map. They won't be like, yo, here's the route you got to go. They'll be like, there's your objective. Here's like ways you can reveal the map and all that, whether it's drive around or find watchtowers or whatever. And you got to make your own decisions and live with the consequences. Alright, that was a bit more of a drop than I thought it was. You gotta live with your consequences when you're making your own way. But that's fine. So this is just one of those things before each mission, taking a few seconds to be like, alright, what route looks like the good one? You'll have a lot of times in the games that you'll start around and go, Oh, this was not the right route. Let me guess, got drive in there for it to count. Yep. I'm aware of how the winch works. Give me a moment. I'm pacing the wrong way. Okay. Now I just fight it right back up the hill. I did notice it does seem like there's a way narrower number of upgrades. Now, it could be because we are in this first area that maybe there's just more we'll find over time. It could also be that, like SnowRunner, it probably started out with like a base amount of content, and that what'll end up happening is they already have like the annual pass, whatever, that, you know, you'll get a DLC and they'll introduce like some new vehicles and new stuff and new maps and new missions and yada yada. I do kind of like that this game is all off-road kind of stuff. Like, I like SnowRunner a lot, but after having played it where, you know, you do a lot of off-roading, but it's kind of like you go on, like, main highway that's all broken up, and then you go on, like, an over-the-mountain pass kind of thing, and then to, like, this, what was a road that got washed out, and it's just mud now. Having something that's just, like, much more in the wilderness of, you're doing an expedition, there's nothing there to start with, you're the one setting it up. It's just a nice difference of pace. Yay! Cool. So I got that pretty early. Now these are just the Earthy Vibes one. We now have free roam also as an option, which is cool. But that's fine. So we need an off-road vehicle. There's going to be 2 trucks. So let's see, we need to conduct a seismic survey in the surrounding area. You'll need a heavy truck with seismic vibrator installed. Equipment like this greatly increases the weight of the truck. To make sure to purchase the necessary upgrades. I appreciate that they actually tell you should purchase upgrades on this mission. I also find it interesting that I guess the other ones might not have the capability of doing that. So let's go ahead and we will add you. You need the seismic vibrator. Heavy Nerf bars? I don't know what a Nerf bar is. Do those do anything, or are those just aesthetics? These appear to be mostly aesthetics here. Ah, here we go. Here's the stuff that actually does things. So you can actually buy the better engine and all that. We have the better suspension. We have like a lift kit to help out, supposedly. Gives us better clearance. We can get better all-terrain tires for better off-roading. I'm hoping this will be like SnowRunner, and that once we purchase them, we just kind of have them. Ah, with the different tires, you have rock and this. So I want... those ones installed, because it looked like it gave us both of those at the same time. I'm not sure. We can't afford any of the winches. I don't care about that. High mount snorkel versus twin snorkels? Okay. The high mount snorkel. See, oh, I guess with the twin snorkel, if either one's above, maybe it works. We will get the lift kit. I will be spendy. That's one of the things I ran to SnowRunner is I just didn't buy the upgrades in any real canes. Let's see, a high-range gearbox has increased gear count, top speed, fuel efficiency at the expense of lower strength. We need strength in this one, so that's not what we're going to do. And we will take the engine improvement. We're just being spendy. And of course, we will spray this. I'm assuming we'll unlock more of these just through doing missions. Okay. So, we got all that, and I think that's what we need. Yeah, so we can start there. There's one objective right next to us. And then we can go with that and see what we got. Alright. The seismic vibrator is used in geological expedition. It shows the distance to points in upper right of the screen. You determine the direction yourself. At a distance of less than 150 meters from the point, a sound signal is activated. After approaching that point, less than 10 meters, the sound signal decreases, and a command appears to start scanning. You said a bunch of words, and I don't really know what they meant. Okay, so I don't actively do something. I drive around until we figure out where we're trying to get to. Okay. Is there a marker someplace I'm supposed to explore? Explore the area with the seismic vibrator. I guess we just drive as long as the number gets lower. Hey, the follow. Welcome to the stream. I was thinking there'd be like on the map just like a, hey, this is the giant area we want you to go, or like over there, but I guess not. That's fine. I'm just gonna go for a drive. It's a ledge over there. I want to go up this way. In hindsight, I probably should carry, as long as I have the inventory space to spare, the anchor point thing. That feels like it's an incredibly powerful device that I should have with us. There are other useful things, but that definitely feels like the one that can get me out of a jam. Don't. Okay. Cool statue thing? It's like totems or something? I think that was a cue to tell me to look left, so I didn't just huck myself over the hill. That feels like something that maybe they made this part of the map, and people kept, you know, yeah, like a route marker. That, like, people, when they were playing in their playtest, just went down into that, got stuck a whole bunch of times and frustrated, and they're like, alright, this is a place we need a marker to kind of, like, nudge the player that way. Be like, yo, look around. It was an off-road sign? Yep. So numbers still going down. We're getting pretty close. Complete all expeditions in Little Colorado. Heck yeah. So we didn't do all the side content. We still had one more thing, which was to find the altar. So I think we're going to go find the altar real fast, just because we can. And then we can go from there. So that's going to be a scout. So let's grab our Don SE. And we will go to its inventory. So when I buy stuff like this, it's unclear. We're not going to worry about buying it. We'll just roll with it. All right. So what the plan... I said the other one. So you can go here, recover to that one. You can go here, and I want to go... Oh, we've got the gold mining and that. So I figured I just wanted to go ahead and knock this out, because it looks like there's just two quick ones. I feel like that's just get to it and be done. So I think we can climb here, and I don't know if it's go over that way, or it'll be a spot over here. There's also a possibility that we climb here and go over. I'm going to assume we climb there and go over. So we'll just plan to do this. And we'll just go with that real fast. Yeah, no, the UI feels like... Ooh, solid hit. The UI definitely feels like it's got pain points. Like, it's definitely not the worst I've seen. Oh, I still have the metal detector on here. That's fine. I actually don't really care. But yeah, it definitely is one of those things I'm kind of going, oh, this UI has definitely got some stuff I'm not loving about it. Nothing that's like a deal breaker, like, oh my god, how dare they, or whatever. It's just like, not my favorite. A lot of it, and to be clear, I also felt the same way about SnowRunner, that a lot of the UI choices, it's of this style of game that, a lot of their UI choices are kind of rough. Not insurmountable, but they definitely feel like they could have had a better way to handle it where it'd be a little bit more clear what's going on. And it could be decisions they made to make it more friendly for, like, controllers, or if you're using a wheel and all that versus mouse and keyboard and all that kind of stuff. That might be what's led to it. Because I'll admit, I have had to develop UIs myself for controllers and, you know, steering wheels. It was always assumed with the stuff I was making UIs for in development that they would have a keyboard at the minimum and probably a mouse. But mouse was optional. Alright, one moment. Couldn't see what I was doing. You're a controller? Alright. I also love that there's a no you emote as well. Alright, not super thrilled about this. Okay, so it's not deep. Okay. Like, what is this? QuickTime? What? What was I supposedly doing there? Like, is the look closer, but like, why was it like this whole like timed thing? Was I just, would I fail to look at it? I don't understand. This cactus seemingly pointing somewhere. Maybe there's treasure hidden here. It's time to explore uncovered secrets it may hold. Are you kidding me? I'm looking at a cactus and like supposedly it's telling me to look at the other side of the map? Question mark? Mountain. You're not wrong. I don't think we cross over there because that's just straight up water. And that doesn't look like it's shallow at all. It does look like we can go down there, cross somewhere up here, and then up there. Sure. Second guessing that path. That is going to absolutely rule us if I try and go at that angle. Because I'm thinking if I get up here, I could take that ledge that looks like it goes to the left. Oh, that's not what I wanted to see here. I'm going to do it anyways. It's fine. Oh, that's not... Alright, let's actually get out the drone and see where we're going before I commit to that. What do you... Okay. There's no real elegant way to get down from up here. I can manage to get across that corner, maybe. I can go down that way. Alright, I see it. Okay. So this is a trap over here is what this is. And what we do here is we'll take this to the left. Now you take that down off the right there. We don't try and cross the river right away. We follow the coast until you get to the area that we have the better place to cross the river. Then we make that happen. We just beat up her engine a little. There's some real dark looking mud down there. Now granted, I haven't had nearly as much of a difficulty with mud as we do in SnowRunner. Yeah, there's zero chance of crossing that and it not being a bad time. We gotta go up over here. Oh, you know what I'm realizing? The light indicators on the top of this are changing as we drive around. That's how they make it so it's not a nuisance to deal with this thing. So they don't have to just like randomly hit it. So we've got a red icon, which I don't remember what the heck that means. I think it's airdrop. Then I get a blue icon. And so, like, we can actually see it. Okay, that's not as bad. Because I was mentioning earlier, I was like, oh, I don't like that, you know, you can't move or do anything while, you know, you're doing that. But if you don't have to deploy it to know something's nearby. Because the red one's been on the whole time, and I was like, wait, was the blue one on the whole time? So that's good. I think green was upgrade. That's fine. Let the engine take some hits. Alright, maybe let's not take that hard of hits. Alright. What? A flight recorder? Okay, so you want me to take that back home. And what's down here? I had like another dollar sign thing appear there for... Oh, here it goes. The gold mining. So if I were to try and switch that middle of the mission, because we're over here by it, I would like to just do that now. So you can go down this way, over here, over there, probably down there, and over to that. Knock out both at the same time. All right. Plus, we're discovering more and more of the map and getting tiny little bits of money constantly. All right. Find traces of gold mining. Alright, I'm gonna be honest, I wasn't expecting this to be a whole series, and I don't know why I didn't expect that. All right. And when you reach like the expedition camp thing, or whatever they call it, we'll probably pop off the gas and whatever. Oh, no, 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 no. Okay. I didn't expect the truck to slide, well, I mean the Jeep to slide quite as much to the side when I hit that rock. Is looking good so far? Oh, yeah. No, I like that it feels a lot different than SnowRunner. Like, mechanically, the game is mostly the same. Like, so far as the physics feels very much like SnowRunner. It's... If you want anything that makes it, like, clear that's still SnowRunner, that suspension is real sprongy sometimes. You get a real good bounce sometimes. And some of the weird silliness the physics does in SnowRunner occasion is very much still present. But despite being effectively the same mechanic, you know, like same game mechanically, the gameplay loop feels different enough that it definitely doesn't feel like SnowRunner. Wait, what? Oh, I'm going the wrong way. That's fine. That's a pretty solid looking current going there. All right, let's take a moment to patch up our poor truck here, because I've been beating it up a little bit too much. It is getting sad. Yeah, saying, yeah, it's nice that they took advantage of their physics, which isn't perfect, but enjoyable. It made something a bit different. Oh yeah, no, to be clear, what I'm talking about being a little bit sprongy, I actually don't see it as a big negative. For people who are like, but it's not realistic, meh. Of course, sure, they're right. Like, when you have a truck that weighs like 3-4 tons, and then you put the payload, and the whole truck would be like 8-9 tons, you're not going to rock and have it go and bounce like 10 feet in the air. It's just going to bottom out your suspension real hard. But that's fine, because also the truck springing in the air like 10 feet is both terrifying and amusing. Oh, I was trying to use the other controls. I forgot they moved this. I'm hoping this will work. One second, I feel like I'm making a really bad choice. No, it says it's shallow. Because I'm trying to like force the back of the Jeep around. I mean, worst case, we can just do this. Keep pulling, keep pulling. Okay. Not very happy with what I've done here. Kinda regretting certain decisions right now. Need to back off a little. Okay. Alright. That's at least salvageable. Why are you this way? Okay. Supposedly you're not deep. I don't know how much I trust it, but supposedly you're not deep. But I feel like I need to trust it because this is absolutely cursed. No, no, no. Keep tipping. No. Tip, friend. I need you to tip for me. Because that's the problem I have right now is I'm way too far off that if I tip much more at all. Are you just... I'm just not going to question it. We're just going to go with it. It's fine. Alright, and... Imagine being the driver in that car. Oh yeah, and you're just like sitting against, like you're just leaned up against the window the whole time. And just going, please, please don't roll. Please don't roll. Come on, man. And I was just overthinking it being like, oh, that looks super deep. So we're moving forward, so we're not in trouble yet. I just need enough traction to get up onto this rock, and then we're clean. Alright, one moment. Because I have problems climbing up on the rock. Oh, I think it's telling it to turn on and off diff lock, and it's just diff locked. What? Are those reeds resisting me that much? I mean, it makes sense. I wasn't expecting, with the way the game's been, for those reeds to put up that kind of opposition. Okay, that was way too much effort. All right. Alright. I also think thematically it makes sense for the mud to be the way it is in this game, because when we look at SnowRunner, for example, usually the areas that are really bad mud are like high-trafficked areas that are low-lying, so, you know, not only is it wet, but it's been like kind of really souped up by all the vehicles passing back and forth through it. Whereas this is where, like, in the middle of nowhere where people aren't going any meaningful amount, you wouldn't have that same problem. Keep getting caught off guard by when we do and don't have, you know, tires suddenly get a bunch of grip all at once or slide. I'm sure we'll get a feel for it. All right. So our engine's getting real sad again. Alright. I understand. It's like... And you're just making all the angry noises. And that was the last of the spare parts we had on us, because we didn't really grab any extras. That's something I'll just need to do, is I'll need to, like, take note to keep probably a set of gas and spare parts on our vehicle at all times. Just when I get in trouble, I can buy myself a little bit more time. Alright, and so with that, we are down to just the last mission, which is just to drive home. I don't think we can cross over here anywhere. I also don't think we can really get away with driving the whole way along the shore. We're gonna find out, though. We definitely can't go that way. Oh, that goes right down in there. Okay. This isn't some shallow river. That thing just drops. You don't look like you're safe to cross. I mean, it's not feeling great, but I mean, you know, maybe not. I mean, this is the shallowest spot. We're gonna find out. Go, 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 please, please. Okay, that's actually not that bad. Alright. I need to not bang that engine anymore. The engine's getting real unhappy with me. Alright, looking at our map situation, what do we got going on here? Oh, this is too far of a route. Well, I'm gonna be honest, my confidence is not high here. I think the gas we might be okay. Like, it's gonna be rough. But I'm really not feeling confident on my ability to not bang the engine into things and all that. Because we got no spare fuel and no spare parts left in my vehicle. What we've got, we've got. We either make it work or we don't. Okay. Oh, there's an airdrop right here. Let's grab that. That might solve some of our problems. A dinosaur femur. Scrap metal and anchor point. Oh, and a whole bunch of gas. And spare parts. Which I will immediately put those spare parts into the engine. Okay, so yeah, we're just good now. Alright, so note to self. Airdrops I should actually care more about because I didn't realize it was a dinosaur femur. Just, why are they airdropping in dinosaur femurs? Hang on, what? Like, if we're doing an archaeological dig here, why are they airdropping the fossils to us as opposed to us finding the fossils? It also feels a little reckless to airdrop a fossil. Here is an irreplaceable ancient piece of history. Let's just, you know, chuck that bad boy out of the side of a plane. I mean, the cactus had an altar pointing you to the flight recorder. This is also true. We don't know what the local natives are here. Maybe the local natives are in support of it. Still, yeah, no, it's video game logic. Then we come to realize we're not, like, actually on the up and up, like, paleontology, archaeology kind of group. You know, we're some, like, illegal dinosaur bone trading operation where we don't own the land, we're just rolling in, collecting valuables, and then just noping out. Hence all the shady stuff going on. I just say, I'd be very upset if I rolled right there. Not really, but it would be frustrating. Thank you for revealing the secrets of the altar and that they had a flight recorder. It has helped us get closer to its mysterious history of having flight recorders. Alright, so with that, I believe we finished all of the objectives on the map. Like, there's a bunch of airdrops all over the place. Which, okay, so that shows me that, like, there's a dinosaur bone at that one. There's a dinosaur bone at that one. So it's kind of interesting. It does feel like the airdrops, I almost wouldn't want to go all the way and, like, collect all the things and go back, but I could... That might even be the idea. You get, like, a big cargo truck and you grab the fossils or whatever. Let's go right over here real fast. Because they have, like, the garage point kind of thing. And we'll see if we drop off the fossil, what happens. I assume we get paid. Or the whole game locks up for a moment. There we go. It's valuable to the museum. I don't really know what that did. So, there's a lot of stuff I'm still being confused by about this. Alright, outposted gates. That just reset my position, it didn't do anything. I mean, okay. Oh, here we go. Devices. Nope. Alright, return to headquarters. So, we didn't sell any items, we got the gold mining and the altar for a bunch of money. It doesn't mention anything about the fossil. So I'm assuming you get money for the fossils. So we finished the first expedition. And it looks like we have the 2 maps here that each have 37 expeditions. So we could see more sand or we could see more trees. I want to see the Carpathians. Slip rock swamps. Okay. Prologue. We would be going to Apex, Europe. Prologue. We dropped some important equipment nearby. Never mind what dropped means. It was some logistical miscalculation. It should take all of 20 minutes if you hustle. It requires me to have logisticians, a jack screw, and an anchor. Payment and repayment? So they want us to have a scout that can handle height differences. Okay. Oh, team composition? This is a list of specialists that are available to you. You can hire them to make an expedition easier or get more benefits from it. Let's see. So we have Connor Erickson, who gives us a bunch of gas and repair parts at the outpost. Gives us an increased partial scout range with binoculars, and marks up hills and down hills with binoculars or drones. When he isn't chasing girls, Connors was chasing dreams of flight. He served the United States Air Force as an in-flight refueling specialist and has learned patience and timing under pressure. Since then, Connors made a decent living moving air freight. Okay. So we hire him for a little bit. Because it says it's a requirement, not an option. And I needed a scout. Gotcha. So I do carry my vehicles over from map to map. Which I figured I would, but it is good to verify that. So we have the fine-tune. Let's see. A specialized gearbox with a manual mode for lower gears provides off-road performance at the expense of strength and fuel efficiency. We're not going to worry about that. The engine we can't upgrade. We can do a lift kit. Okay. Tire-wise, we have mud tires, off-road, and all-terrain. Which this is implying the mud tires are actually better than all of the other ones? I see. Interesting. And then the winch, we can have an extended winch. Just spend all the money, I don't want it. Yeah, the fine-tune did not seem like the right move for what we needed. So I'll add it for this expedition. We need you two. Yeah, we can add fuel and all that. For right now, I'm not going to worry about that. One of the things that makes me curious... Well, I mean, it's not actually letting me. I was curious... Oh! If I put the thing on top, I have an extra fuel storage. I understand. That makes sense. Cool. Deploy. Field operation base. Start expedition. The average truck consumes 20,500 gallons of gas each year. Yay? Question mark? First time you've seen this game, what is the goal? So, basically, you've got a bunch of missions that pop up that they have you want to, like, go around and, you know, collect this thing, explore this area. But the idea is, for various reasons, you are on the maps you're at to help with, like, setting up expeditions and everything. And so, you know, you go around, you set up the early equipment, bridges, that kind of stuff. But you're dealing so where it's very much trying to deal with off-road conditions, making the most of it. So we have essential storage for a bunch of money. But you basically kind of explore, figure out your way, complete objectives to, you know, find stuff. So we found a skeleton for paleontology in the last one, as well as the stuff to support it. And we're going with that. But it's very much around navigating. Alright, so it looks like it might be able to go this way. It's very much around navigating what would otherwise be pretty inhospitable traveling conditions and getting through. So using stuff like winches and adjusting your tire pressure to be able to climb rocks better, that kind of thing. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and advance so I can see it in daytime. There we go. But yeah, so if you've ever seen SnowRunner, MudRunner, or Spin Tires, same general concept of the game. It's literally the same people and the same physics behind it. But where, for example, SnowRunner is very heavy around, like, picking up cargo X, moving it to location Y, but, you know, the roads are crap, so you gotta, like, drag the trailers through the mud and figure out ways to navigate rock slides and all that. This one's much more, like, scientific exploration, that kind of thing about, you know, getting equipment in the right place for surveying an area. I have no idea how deep that is. You can find out, though. Right here it's not deep, but about 2 inches later it goes right on down. Alright. So that's fine. But yeah, so you end up having stuff where you get, like, trucks to tow stuff, you do a lot of exploration. And you roll your vehicle, and then you get sad. It looks like we need to head there, but we need to verify the heading first. Use the binoculars to look around. Okay. Oh, I see now. So because of the logistician we have, when I look around, it does like the state of K thing where you identify stuff. That's cool. Sudden drops in the water are totally fun, not scary. Well, I appreciate that because if you remember with SnowRunner, the vast majority of the time, like, the water would very slowly slope into deep areas, other than certain exceptions. So you kind of like wade out. So the idea was usually was the mud on the water that was the real threat, unless you're trying to cross in places you ought not cross. Versus this one, because you have the way of detecting where things are shallower or deeper. Let's see, driving up a mountain is always high risk. Overturning a car. Lower the pressure of the tires. Yep. Alright, so we did the tutorial area and we moved on to the next area, and so they are kind of giving us a little bit more tutorial where, you know, they're showing us different areas and be like, hey, here's how you deal with it. I honestly think that's because people go, I don't need a tutorial, and then they skip it, and then they have a tough time, and then they get mad, and then they stop playing. I'm beached on a rock. Come on. There we go. That's definitely not where I wanted to climb it, but it's working. All right. Yeah, for those who didn't see what I did there, is I lowered my tire pressure to give me a lot more grip, and then once I wasn't climbing, I increased it again. That way we don't damage our tires. Various supplies and tools. We have that to avoid rolling over. I'm assuming that's what we're here for the quest. Where am I taking this? Oh, it just wants you to explore the area. Okay, that's fine. So I wonder if this changes based on, like, altitude, stuff like that. So it's not a line of sight mechanic, but it's got something to it. Alright. I'm not feeling as confident going down that. I mean, I guess we... Yeah, we'll go down again. We'll try it. We'll figure it out. So one thing I'm noticing about this map versus the last one is it's a lot muddier and we're tearing it up a lot more. The first one we only had like a couple pockets of mud to deal with. Alright, the really spicy cliff that we came up here a second ago. That wasn't too bad. I need to keep an eye on that metal detector. If we see green, then we should go after it because that's an upgrade. You're ruining the pretty flowers, as is what humans do. I said, look at all this majestic beauty. It would be an awful shame if I went four-wheeling and just dug it all up. Look at all this majestic beauty. Let me go ahead and throw a bunch of beer bottles on the ground in the middle of it. That's been my experience being around people four-wheeling. It's like, why are you littering? You've got a container right here. Just put your cans back in it. That used to be a problem that got better when I did a lot of disc golf back in the day. Not even back in the day, a while back. We used to have real bad problems with people littering, but kind of word got around about it, and people started, you know, kind of shaming each other over it. I followed the icons directly into this, which is a mistake. I just need to get clear of these trees real fast. Alright, so what we're going to do... You want me to explore the area, but what do you really want? Alright, still not entirely clear, but that's fine. So the big problem is they just drove into the woods. Because it was like explore, it's like, okay. So I headed towards the icon. Just need to get myself back out of here. In the future, when it says explore, let's get the drone. Because I think that's what it really wanted me to do, is just get in the area, use the drone, take a peek. Alright. Yes, the prologue mostly just gave us a place where we had a high vantage point and had us look. How to play early? So there's a couple ways you can play early. One is you can be a content creator that they decide they would like to support and send keys early. Two is if you play, I don't know the price for it because they gave me the key, but I don't know what the price is for it, but you can pay for like their premium whatever edition, like the really high one, and on PC you're already able to play it, but it is one of those ones that you pay extra to play early. Or if you're on console, it might be available, but it might not be available yet, that you can pay extra to play early. Otherwise, it comes out in 3 days, I believe. So it is one of those things that they are doing that thing that's become a normal game practice, as much as I'm not a big fan of it, where instead of what would be normally a release day, you can pay a bunch of money to get to play what would be the normal day. It is what it is. But yeah, I don't know like the additions and all that, but it's whatever their like big upgrade edition is with that. Enoch says you kind of blame Starfield for introducing this system. I don't know if Starfield is the first one to ever do it, but I know they were the ones who like really put it on the map. Either way, yeah, I agree. And at the time I got Starfield, that I was of the same mind. Like, I really hate this because it used to be like you would get into a game and that there would be like you could wait a little while and it'd go on sale or whatever. Like, and that was the thing. And the thing that introduced the idea of some people getting in earlier than others was like massively multiplayer online kind of thing. You know, the games that require the servers to run, that they were running into problems where everyone would drop onto the server at the same time and break it. So they started doing a thing to like stagger getting people in, and they would do like, if you had the premium version, you got in early. But it's like, okay, you get it. The MMO, it's a server load issue that I understand. Like, I can understand that there is a justification for the reasoning for having the staggered release. But yeah, then Starfield's like, this is a single-player game. Pay to play early, which is pay to play at the normal time, or if you don't pay the extra, you get to play late. Alright. Do we have a hydrologist? Do we have a hydrologist? Can I actually accommodate that? Oh, we do. Hydrologist. Anwar Farsi. Who reduces our underwater damage by 100%. So we're immune to water? Is that what I'm understanding? Because that feels like that shouldn't work that way. Marks forwards. Let's say Marks forwards the binoculars and drones. Grew up in a wealthy family since childhood. Got used to the fact that everything was given to him without difficulty. But this is what pushed him to study science and technology. He sought to prove to everyone that he was able to achieve a lot without family money. His experience and knowledge has been useful in many areas, including ensuring safety of trucks. Hear me out. Studying takes a lot of money. Studying science and technology takes a lot of money. Like going and getting your certifications in university and having the equipment is hecking expensive. So you still depended on that wealth to achieve a lot of those things. I'm not saying you don't have merit, but like you still had a strong advantage. I say that as someone who has a degree that is very specifically related to technology. All right, so Scout going in the water. Can I get a snorkel yet? Because judging by what they're saying, I have a feeling... Actually, you know what? I don't even think I've seen snorkel listed. A high-range gearbox with increased gear count, top speed, fuel efficiency at the expense of lower strength. Nah, stock is fine. Yeah, no, there's no option for a snorkel. At least not that I've seen. Alright, so we can go ahead and add that into our group. And I think it's actually customizing the wrong vehicle. Oh, that's cosmetically. Yeah, it's customizing a different vehicle. We have the stock kit, we got rock crawler, we've already got those. Okay, It didn't imply I specifically needed anything, so we're just gonna go with what we got. All right, because we could also retrieve stuff and bring it back. But yeah, no, it's definitely it's the things like there's also before that we had the you would pre-purchase to get early access to stuff. I dislike this kind of stuff that's out there, where all that's needed. But it's also one of those things that everyone, well, not everyone, a lot of, or enough people, let me rephrase that, enough people pay for it that we have incentivized companies to do it. So as consumers, we kind of have no one to blame but the collective ourselves. Not ourselves individually, obviously. If you didn't participate, you didn't participate. You know, you're not part of the problem kind of thing. But there's that whole thing. One of the problems that is a frustrating thing as a content creator, though, is we do have, like, two sides of pressure of, you know, yeah, we want to play the game just like everyone else does. But as an added issue we run into... is very much trying to stay relevant. All it does kind of require us to like check on stuff and all that, or to be relevant. So like if you're someone, for example, let's say you are someone who you kind of your main content is stuff like SnowRunner, MudRunner, that kind of thing. Alright, where did it say the fjord was? Oh, I guess it's just that. That this is your main type of content, and the new game's coming out. It is just one of those things that you kind of get stuck doing it because your audience is going to want you to play that game, and so you have a monetary reason you kind of need to do it. Now, for me, they gave me a key, so I didn't pay anything. Now, supposedly this thing said it reduces my engine damage by 100% from water. I mean, we didn't take damage. There's also one thing for a small company that tries to fund development of its game through early access. Another thing to have a huge company like Bethesda does it. Well, yeah, and I mean, early access is definitely a different thing. Sorry, like when we're talking early access, like the term early access, we're talking early release. I don't know, I feel like even small games, I'm not a fan of it. Like where you can pay extra to have a little bit of head time kind of thing, a little bit of lead time. I'm fine for it with something that's like very heavy server-driven stuff. So MMOs or like games that have a lot of publicity, that, you know, multiplayer is a key aspect of the game, that they expect their servers to be overloaded no matter what they do. I can expect having... Because even before, like, the pay early to join, there's been staggered releases where this time zone gets access at this time zone gets access at that time. Kind of mechanics to help with stuff. Start scanning? Oh. Okay. Interesting. Looks like someone used the signs to show routes. Alright, get to the next point. They're paying extra for AAA. Oh yeah, no, that's I am solidly of the mindset that early access should always be cheaper than the final release of a game. Like, you should be playing and paying a discount kind of thing. Alright. It is surprising how just that tire inflation mechanic lets you do so much you couldn't do in SnowRunner. Like, there is stuff that in no way could you climb in SnowRunner. You just decrease the pressure of your tires. Like, yep, no problem. That's a good that we have an eco sounder to help us cross the swamp. Yeah, so they're teaching us the tools we get to use. Alright, so this spot is safe for us to cross. I will say, the whole pulsing to see the depth is a really nice mechanic after SnowRunner. It just makes it so much easier to gauge what you can and can't get away with. Yeah, like that, I would assume that was safe. And then you drive in and just sink on in. Yeah, no, it's the mini game where the idea is like scan more. It's like, does it mean looking? All right. Okay, so you want me to explore the area. Let me just go over this. It's such a weird little mini game. I don't know. I wouldn't have noticed that immediately on entering at all. The giant face in the rocks. All right. So let's get paid. Just the looking around thing is so weird. Ancient Fire. We're developing new tours in this area, and we found that there are a number of sites in the reserve that once hosted ancient bonfires. It would be exciting to take our clients there to light our own bonfires as ancient men once did. We need to find these places to take some aerial photos for marketing. That way we could take these archaeological sites so we could learn all sorts of history and ruin them. Yay! Okay, so we need an operator. We have Akane Ishada. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. They make it so the drone can go farther, higher, all that, and binoculars will mark airdrops. Akane broke into the nature vlogging scene in Japan, where she's known for her creative and in-depth reviews of hiking trails and national parks. She has recently decided to take that success abroad with new international series, which will take her hiking and camping in different country every year. So, alright, hang on. Just to clarify, so she is vlogging. So her motivation here is she is using this to support her own content and all of that kind of stuff. And we're bringing her along to look around at stuff and pay. I mean, I guess that's fair, because we're probably telling her what to look at versus, you know, whatever is in support of her content. Cool. And we need a scout again. I'm just going to ignore anything else and just shove that right there and say yes. Yeah, so I think this is supposed to be the tutorial for just teaching you how you have different. Let's see. Akani Ishada. Gotcha. I'll probably not remember that, and I don't think it's gonna ask me again. All right, so we just need to go straight that way. So here's the question. So, all right. I appreciate that change in the game. So in SnowRunner, you had to actually go to the place and say, "I would like this quest." If you just went to the spot, it didn't stick. At least that's the way it felt to me. Versus this one, it actually does seem like if I just touch the point at all, it's like, cool, you got it. Carry on. I could be misremembering, though. But nevertheless, just the fact that I could just drive through it and it's like, yeah, you got it. Don't worry about it. Do it when you want. Is nice. Seems like there's a big crater ahead blocking your way. You'll have to be careful. Look, I will do what I want when it comes to the crater. By that I mean I followed the obviously cleared route where there's no trees, that I would be able to floor it if it wasn't for the fact that every couple seconds I take engine damage from like bumping the tiniest little pebble. Or just nose the truck directly into the ground. You know what? I'm gonna start figuring out the limitations of some of these things. Which is, the limitations are ridiculous is what it is. That's what that is just straight up ridiculous. Doing the what now? So it controls like differently than the other one. I mean, I very clearly see that there is a Jeep has fallen into what I can best describe. Is that not something I'm going to scan? Is the giant hole with a Jeep in it? Because up and down doesn't seem to be working. Oh, I see. I see what's happening here. I understand. Hey, CK Hawk. It's clearly a Sarlacc. It looks like it. Which means we're definitely going to be towing that Jeep out of there. Which does seem like it'd be a lot of fun. Amazing! There's fresh coal in these bonfires, which means some people still come here. We can organize an adventure tour. Tourist's truck, where trucks dare not tread. Ah. So I'm supposed to get over there. We should mark out a route. But, you know. What we should do and what we're going to do may not be the same thing. Oh, please, 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 please. Okay. Okay. All right. Calm down. How's it going, CK Hawk? We were just trying to just end over end roll over our back bumper. It's fine. We did manage to, like, get the, oh, good. The tree branch physics are still the way they are. And by that, I mean good in, like, the sarcastic way. It's fine. But, we could go around. But now I feel like nothing can stop us. Which means I just need to be reckless for a little while until I can immediately put in my place. And then we will once again learn to make reasonable decisions. All right. There's a swamp head. Try not to get stuck. Use tire inflation system to get through. What does the tire inflation system have to do at all with the swamp? The game never mentioned anything about tire inflation relative to water. And I was actually wondering, I didn't say anything, but I was wondering earlier, it's like, oh, would, like, you know, on one hand, your tires have a bunch of air in them, so they would give you a certain amount of buoyancy. Probably not enough to set off the car, but does that make having your tires full better, or is it like the tires being more rigid be better for in the mud? Or would you want them low pressure? I have no idea how that interaction works in real life. Like, if strategically when stuck in mud, adjusting your tire pressure one way or the other helps. Look, they're cutting down trees here. Not sure if it's legal. We should remember this place. Are you telling me they're doing illegal logging? How dare. Oh. Okay, so we can go here. You're not getting any icons for anything. Well, she's the person who's all into, like, the drone and everything. It's fine. What do you want me to see that you're gonna be like, you've seen it all? Climb up the mountain. Okay. Because that's certainly the way it goes. You just fly a drone around, it's like, oh, you got all this area? Yeah, let's just go straight up the mountain. Let's actually wait till we have a problem before we worry about it. Like, this is definitely what needs to happen. I'm also noticing the metal detector is really not noticing much. Alright. Thanks, camera. That's nice. Seems that our goal is even higher. Remember the pointers. I like the idea. It's like, let's find these ancient campfire sites. We could set up a tourist thing. Hey, look, people have put up all these markers that are made out of wood and clearly recently made. Oh, and it's been reused recently, but that's okay. We can use them for the tourism. Implying that, like, not only are they not ancient, I mean, they may have been ancient, but, like, people are actively using them and just making trails and all that kind of stuff. We're like, no, but we could commercialize it. What is the glowing rock? No, really, what is the glowing rock? The stone looks cool? Yeah, I mean, that's almost certainly radioactive. Recognize at least 5 unknown points on the map. That's fine. I actually have no idea where the Carpathians are. I'm assuming from context this is Europe somewhere, but I actually don't know where that is. Water is life. The effects of climate change are widespread and complicated, and it's better to monitor the most sensitive wildlife in the reserve, especially aquatic life. Of the local rivers... Carthage? I don't know. It's literally what I'm saying is I don't know. Especially the aquatic life in the local rivers and lakes. We need help. We need all the help we can get. It doesn't imply what vehicle I should be using. It just says there'll be height differences and all that. Okay, I mean, I guess use the vehicle we want. Hydrologist. You're not new. We've already used you in a mission. Okay, that's fine. They're in Africa? Okay. I'm gonna be honest, like, well, okay, if we're talking like the African continent, yeah, there's probably gonna be like places like this there. Playing detective, illegal logging. Oh, we're just getting tons of little quests. Well, that's cool. So I didn't even realize half of those things gave us quests, but like where we saw like the illegal logging and all that, that did add quests to my stuff to do. Central Europe. Gotcha. Thank you, because it's like... I was like, okay, I know there are actually places in the continent of Africa that are very lush and green. Versus like, you know, a lot of people think, you know, it's desert, it's savanna, that's all. But admittedly, I do not... I would like to move... Thank you. Admittedly, I do not know much of that continent. Gotcha. See, the lake ahead, we need to study it. Yeah, so just be up and over. So it feels almost like this map, the difficulty is a lot more about just navigating ridiculous. Isn't Africa mostly rainforest? I know there are large areas of Africa that are savanna, which is like kind of grasslands and all that kind of stuff, like most of the middle of the United States is. I know they have areas that are dense that I didn't think Africa was. I thought it was South America was the one that was mostly rainforest, or had lots of rainforest by comparison. But I'm saying this out of a place of I genuinely don't know. Yeah, no, I know it has a different one. Congo is all rainforest. Yeah, I know Africa has lots of dry areas. It's just, I believe they also have a lot of lush ones. But I always thought of South America as being the one to have a lot more of that. Find all the necessary underwater objects by scan. I don't really understand, because I'm not getting any indicator here. So I click on that, and that gave me a whole lot of nothing. Oh. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing here. Because, like, when the fish go into it, it turns green, and green to me would imply good. Game, you're really making unclear what happens here. Oh, do I have to get all of them in one scan at the same time, maybe? Okay, that was a really weird minigame. Yeah, gotta be honest, not feeling the minigames. The mini games are, to me, not one of the strong points. Get to the swamp and take a water sample. Oh, a typo? I was like, wait a second. I was like, You're allowed to also dislike the mini games. Yeah, that's definitely enjoying the game, but like the mini like scan and look around mini games. Gotta be honest, those feel like they don't belong in the game. Like they feel like just kind of some separate thing just bolted on that just leaves you kind of scratching your head. Like I would have been totally fine if they went over and they just kind of peered down. They're like, "Yep, water looks fine," or "Oh no, there's like some contaminant in the water. We need to investigate far." Like whatever the outcome of whatever the heck we just did is supposed to be. I would be totally fine with that. Because like all those, also that mini game was very confusing. I didn't realize till I had failed a couple of times that the icons at the top were how many scans I got. And that it wasn't clear to me I was trying to scan all of the fish simultaneously as opposed to scanning the fish at all. Like I figured the fish I needed to be scanned, but I didn't realize I had to like simultaneously all fish had to be scanned, not you couldn't scan one by one kind of thing. Where am I going now? All right. You know, saying if they really wanted to introduce minigames, they should have focused on the cars, which changing a tire or topping up the oil. Yeah, I get that they're trying to make this, like this one is about more the whole expedition, the scientific exploration, paleontology, archaeology, that kind of thing. And so I'm down to have the content related to that, but it's just the practice of how those mini games feel. It's just kind of a weird thing for this game to have. Especially with how the rest of this game is more like dealing with like physics kind of stuff. It's weird to have something that you like step out of the physics and do something kind of arcadey. I don't think it's like bad, to be clear. It's just kind of those things that leaves you just scratching your head. Like to me, I think I would actually like a setting where you can be like, hey, let me skip this. Unless it's one of those things that they're like one and done each one. Then maybe that's not too big of a deal. Slightly too slow. Oh no, actually I got them all. Okay. Gateway to Unshakable Island has been unlocked. I like how many of these are like, don't flip your car. And so far, I have managed to yet to flip my car at all. Which makes me pretty happy about that. So, Unshakable Island. Lost Island. Apex Europe is decided to do an expose on the construction of the dam. We'd like to make this series that highlights everything the reserve stands to lose, starting with an island near the proposed construction site. If the dam was built, this island would be completely submerged underwater. Oh, I get what we're doing here. So, like, the first one we were doing, like, expedition. Let's see. Oh, yeah, and I'm aware of that one, Strider. That they're basically making it so, like, a bunch of minors won't be able to make social media. Which means they'll just make social media anyways, because how are they going to enforce that? But, people already lie about their age. It's purely an empty thing. But yeah, so it's saying... Yeah, so I get it. So, what we've got going on here is there's different expeditions. I'm assuming that, like, this expedition up here has to do with, like, tourism. This expedition down here is basically they're proposing to build a dam, and there's people like going, wait a second, there's going to have some, like, serious negative ramifications. And then there'll be, like, a different one. Yes, this is something about destructive changes that we'd be able to look in here. So it's like lakes are drying up, whatever. And then this one's about a volcano. Okay. I can dig this. This is interesting. I feel like in some ways this has like a lot of big things to it. It also feels like you spend more time with the on the exploration side of things than anything. Like, that's just the basis of the game more than anything else, which I'm totally fine with. I think that's actually a good difference versus get thing, drag thing through mud, repeat forever. Which, again, I actually like SnowRunner. But I am liking the very different thing. But I can get with what we're seeing here why there was a bunch of people who are kind of upset with it. Where's my objective? Which ones is this Unshakable Island? Oh, I don't think it shows the right place. Okay, hang on. Because I wanted to try the Unshakable Island. I think it just actually didn't have a tagged right thing. So, Lost Island. Select that. Do that. Grab my vehicle. Add. I'm so confused. I'm cool with it being like, yo, search the place, but it's also one of those things that it's not really telling, because like we obviously don't know the map or whatever. And so it's just kind of confusing of what it actually wants. I'm assuming it wants me to check this island, that this is the Unshakable Island or something, but I'm very not sure. So I think what I'm going to do instead, actually, is we're going to return to headquarters, and I'm going to switch vehicles, and I'm going to start retrieving those vehicles. I'm going to just work on the side quest, since I can't really... I'm having difficulty understanding where it wants me to deal with stuff. The reserve consists of several biomes that are naturally imbalanced. However, the central swamp has begun to spread in areas outside its natural boundaries.
Wee woo, the idiot has entered the chat. Wee woo. All sound the alarm.
Hey, Zoside, how's it going? There are possible causes of what this may happen. We need to monitor the swamp over some time to find the main problem. So, we need an off-road truck, which is perfect, because I just talked about potentially going after the Jeep and all that. The person's vehicle. So I can grab you. bring you along because I'm required to have you. And I need an off-road truck. So ABA, ABA, ABB, ABB. So we're going to add you. And you'd have a cargo of that thing. We're going to add those as well. Think that'll be plenty. I don't know where it wants me to be. There's definitely some UI pains that some of the communication is very not clear of like what the game wants from me. I literally just told you to be here. Alright. So now we're in the right place. So we need to go up here and scan that, and then I'm going to try and retrieve the tourist truck. Realistically, I'm looking at an extremely steep cliff there. Probably going up and around this way. Alright. It's making me wonder with these maps, where you're expected to not have four-wheel drive on. Because this whole map, like all these maps are just straight up wilderness. There's like very little flat terrain. Like it feels like this is just where you do four-wheel drive in real life. Versus like SnowRunner, it's like, okay, I'm on the road, turn off four-wheel drive. You had your first bowl of ramen in months? I'm sorry it's been months since you've had ramen. But also, delicious. I do enjoy myself a good pho or a ramen. I don't get them very often though, because those things can not be cheap at times. So I've got myself like weirdly stuck between some trees. It's not really what I want. I'm not trying to murder all the trees. I mean, not this time at least. I'm trying to shimmy the truck to the right. All right. Oh, you know what we didn't do? And this is on me, is I didn't look at any of the upgrades to see if we could use better tires. I've got the money. Totally fine. What am I on? It's like he's getting stuck in a rock or something there. I couldn't quite see. All right. Got an avalanche over there. We're just basically flying around with the drone, trying to see what we can see. I wish I gave you a little bit more feedback. Like what area you're supposed to be looking at. This feels like really hard to tell sometimes if I'm doing anything. There we go. Support any of it. Alright, so we have an avalanche over there. Unpredictable weather, not just stone. Install the hydro monitoring system. Scan the first swamp area with an echo sounder and a second. So I gotta get over there. So it's implying that this is a blocked area, maybe? I'm gonna still try and go through and just see what we see. Just because it's not clear what the situation is. What's happening here? Get rid of that. Plus, it does feel like in this game I could just absolutely abuse the tires and everything, then I might just really be able to go right on over the avalanche. There were supplies? Spare parts? Ah. Okay, so instead of having like a specific thing I have to go, I would just have to get spare parts in a large volume to deal with it. Oh, really? Okay. So I'm gonna go straight up this wall. Oh, I can't actually winch that point. Camera, why will you not move? This is obviously not how you're supposed to do this, by the way. This is not how... This is a bad idea. Okay, alright. It's worked. I was expecting to just immediately just roll down that ledge. Nope, 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 nope. We might be able to save this. Hey, the ints, don't worry about what we're doing here. It is not at all cursed. But thanks so much for the raid. Oh, it doesn't reach. We might be able to do this. This is a very terrible idea. How is your CPU doing with this game? You've heard folks have a problem? It's been running perfectly fine for me. But thank you so much for the raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. And what were we streaming today and all that good stuff. So, the plan, just so if it works out in my favor, people will not be like, oh, you just got so lucky. But the plan here is I'm going to use the winch to pull myself towards that. I am going to be attempting to back up the ledge just so I don't go tumbling down real fast. And that the hope is we will draw the right side of my truck towards that tree so I may descend straight down the hill without rolling over. My confidence of this working? Not high. And we were playing some Animals, Aquariums, and Zoos. So you're just checking out some Animals, Aquariums, Zoos. Good stuff. So that is the plan. I have very low confidence in this working, but I am curious. This is the dangerous spot. This is where... Oh, please, please, please. Played Enshrouded before we switched to your guinea pigs. Gotcha. We are definitely playing this game as intended. We are certainly not doing things in a way that is definitely a terrible idea. Why did I think that was gonna work? No, don't say that way. I don't have any of the... Hey, see? Perfect. It went exactly according to plan. Obviously, it did not go at all according to plan. That said, we actually didn't take any damage from that. And it certainly could have gone worse. Alright. But yeah, so if you're looking for Enshrouded or to check out guinea pigs, and I mean, why wouldn't you? You can find it over there with the Ints. Good times. But welcome in, Raiders. We're playing some Expeditions, which is a brand new game by the same people who made SnowRunner, MudRunner. Hey, 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 hey! Why is that tree not winchable? Why is this the way it is? Why are none of the trees on that side winchable? So this is weirdly working. We are slowly tipping over. We were. Should be laying on your side. No, what I don't understand though is like we got all these trees over here that we haven't tried to use for anything. And they're not winchable. And that's throwing me off as to why that is. And also why sometimes I can turn my tires and sometimes I can't turn my tires. Because I am trying to actively turn my tires right now. The truck's doing the sad. Alright, well I guess we're bringing it back home. No, not that one, not that one. Oh, this time, okay, that's interesting. So in the past, it's not actually sat there and told me you have a recovery cost. For some reason, this time it does. So that's curious. So what happens if I try and return to headquarters? I still made money. Okay. You may have an answer for that? I mean, when it's flipped over enough that, like, the car had stalled, then it's like, yeah, I know exactly why we couldn't do it. The truck stalled. But we weren't able to do that. Like, I was still driving back and forth, but I wasn't allowed to winch to any of, like, the little trees. Which, to me, is an annoying thing. I've been not particularly buying the things I need for some of the stuff, kind of just figuring it. So one thing we need to do this time, because I failed to do it last time, is I didn't actually go through and check our engines and all that for any upgrades we may have gotten. Such as a better winch. Wait, why would I... Oh, that one's locked. That's fine. The trees are too small. Now you're not forced to use the trees as winch points? Oh yeah, no, but usually what happens is you go to winch the tree and the tree just goes snap and it's just gone. So that's... We have the tires that are average on all ends. We can make it good at off-roading and all that. Or we can make it even better. So we can get those better tires. Yeah, so that's basically what I was saying is I didn't take the time to go through my upgrades. Wait, what is this trying to tell me? That's fine. We can go here. I need you. We'll add it. And this time, just as a precaution, is I'll add those two things, because I've not been bringing the stuff with me to make it so I could, like, rescue myself from a rollover, that kind of stuff. And, you know, it's kind of those things that wasn't running into problems, so why change anything? Alright, so I am choosing this location. That location is selected. I think that charged me money for moving the truck. Even though I wasn't where I was starting. I'm not going to worry about it. Okay. Oh, you know what we can do? While we're here, now we know we need 75 parts. Let's trade. We just grab all the parts now and bring them with us. Come on. You can do it, game. Yes, no, maybe. But yeah, no, as far as CPU, I've not been having any performance problems. Like, every once in a while when I go to pull open a menu, it'll take a moment to think about it. Right now, I'm actually getting an hourglass, so we might be crashing. I'll give it a second to see if it recovers, and then we'll kill it. Yeah, no, I think we are crashing. Because it seems like sometimes when I go to interact with inventory and that kind of thing... Ah, there it goes, it died. That's the first crash we've had. But it does seem to hang for a long moment, which I find curious. Because it's really not... There's not a lot in that system. Like, you're pulling up and going, gas, parts, this, you have like 6 slots. So it really is weird to me that pulling up that single part of the UI really kind of makes the game hang for a good minute from time to time. So that's surprising a little bit. What I am going to do is going to keep us on the screen for one. I'm going to put up a poll. Normally what I do is halfway through stream, I'll put up a poll for switching games. I am going to include this game as one of the poll options. But just kind of gauging interest, that kind of thing. So bear with me for just a moment. It's just one of those things for people like want to mix the content, that kind of stuff. I usually will, most streams, what are we doing now? Most streams I will have it so this part of the stream is one game, that part's the other. But we are going to keep Expeditions as one of the options. We'll put Kenshi, RimWorld. What were some of the other games we had debated, including recently? Let me click over here to see what else I had on the list. So we have Kenshi, RimWorld, that, The Tribe Must Survive, and Enshrouded. We'll put those up for the list right now. So if you do not see the poll, you'll need to refresh your page, and all that kind of stuff. But you can just go ahead and weigh in. Basically what we've got going on is if you want to keep seeing this game, you vote for Expeditions. Oh, I didn't put Farm Sim on there. That's one of these ones. If you'd rather see Kenshi, we've got a run going in Kenshi where we are a crab raider with our army of crabs and doing crab things. Yeah, no, I just totally... Because usually I don't have Expeditions on the list. My brain was like, okay, I got those 3. It's fine. We'll have Farm Sim going soon. With RimWorld, we'll be doing our whole tile challenge that we've been working on. With The Tribe Must Survive, that is a settlement builder style game where the nighttime is spooky and murdery and steals your people in the night. So it's kind of a fun game, early access. And then Enshrouded is a survival crafting game. But, yep, so we got the vote. Right now it is split 50-50 between more Expeditions and RimWorld. But the reason I wanted to go with that is I do feel like a lot of people have been enjoying this game, so I could definitely see where people, you know, people are enjoying it. Oh, we're doing the whole tile challenge. We're just continuing the run we've got going. That's what RimWorld will be. Unless we die, at which point then, you know, we'll start a new one. But, right now it'd be continuing the whole tile challenge, because we are alive. We did suffer some pretty bad losses in the last one, but we kind of stabilized again. But yeah, so I just figured I'd do that just as a gauge of interest. Because sometimes it can be a little bit hard to tell if, like, people, you know, are just hanging out, having a good time, but not really into the game, or if people are, like, genuinely into the game. So I figured to go ahead and do the poll. And I also feel like people are deliberately trying to balance the poll, which I've seen so many times where people do that and then someone just runs away with it. In this case, you can't because it's 1 vote per person. I've been doing that instead of the points. But it ends up being a thing that people are like, oh, well, I actually wasn't interested in that game. I just wanted to make it balanced. You can't vote more with points? No. There's been a lot of that stuff I've been backing down on where one person can kind of genuinely, you know, genuinely just trying to, like, troll with a bunch of stuff so that... Let's see, Rhetoric Answer says, I don't think it's being deliberately tied, Rual. I was watching it move. If the vote was tied, 3rd place wins. No, that's not how it works. No, that's the whole thing. Is you'll have people that look at it where one's winning and they'd, like, want to be the tie, but it'd be 1 vote at a time. But yeah, no, we don't have the points. Like, right now, we've got Expedition is winning by 2 points, Rimworld is 2 behind it, and then we've got a single vote for the Tribe Must Survive. I'm going to take 2 seconds while that poll is going. I'm going to quickly use the restroom because I haven't taken a break, so I'm going to put up my away screen, and I'll be back here in just a minute or so. But I'll keep an eye on that poll and all that. All right, we'll be back in here in just a minute, so thank you again for tuning in. Well, that is the end of that character. We killed 86 zombies, survived 4 days, 10 hours in the game mode Apocalypse. And now our character will wander the server, or not server, this world as a zombie. What is that time span? But what would end up happening is, you know, you'd be a person who didn't really have a lot of prospects or opportunity where you were, and you could go someplace where there were prospects and opportunity. But what happened is, for transportation and housing and lodging and everything else, you'd have to go through the company town, because the town, like the entire town, you'd have to... Why did I die?
A ticket has been submitted for medical assistance.
I don't know what happened. I got thrown forward and hit the, I was crushed. All right. And I am back. The poll is still going. Let's see. The way the poll is moving, I think the tie it had was legit. It could be. You never really know. But yeah, so we got 2 votes ahead in Expedition still, though the votes have gone up. So we've got 9 votes for Expedition, 7 for Rimworld, 1 for Tribe Must Survive. By the time you hear it, it's probably too late to vote. But it looks like we're probably going to be continuing Expeditions. Alright, we've got 1. Is someone going to try and tie it at the last second? It looked like someone's making a move for it. Nope, Expeditions has 1. I didn't see it try and, like, tie it up, which also could be someone's just like, oh, but I want to see the other game. So give me 2 seconds. Sorry about that. With that, we'll just continue. That's no problem. I just kind of wanted to feel for it, because I was totally down with playing like a whole stream of Expeditions, but it was just one of those things that's like, all right, let's just do a quick gauge and see what people think, and go from there. All right, so let's pick up where we left off with this mission here that we went to add parts, and the game was like, how about instead of adding parts, I just crash? I was like, oh, okay, I guess that's something you can do. Alright, so we have to add that thing. So that's 100 points of extra parts. We will add the things to save ourselves. We'll customize it, because I don't remember what we got. Bolt-on fenders. Oh, those are cosmetic stuff. I don't care about that. Yeah, so high range is we lose power, but we are more efficient, so I don't care about that too much. I actually wonder how meaningful that's even going to be in the long run. We got the better tires. Okay, so it does have does have all these things. All right. So with that, what? Why are you saying? Oh, it took out my cargo. Why do you keep trying to put me over there? Okay. I think you're too used to people wanting to try points. It could be. It's such a meme, because I know there's a lot of people who try to deliberately tie stuff. So I always just assume it is what's being done now, which isn't really fair. Alright, so we've got a bunch of extra stuff in here. So the plan is to effectively just race up over here. You've chatted too much credit. Oh no, there have been plenty of times, many times that people have been like, oh, I was trying to tie it. You know, that people admit it. Now, without the points, there's only so much people can do to try to force a tie. But they still try for it. Yeah, since I stopped doing the points, it hasn't been as big of an issue because it's one person can't do it by themselves. So tying stuff up is much harder. Which is one of the many reasons I've been doing those kind of changes. Was one, it kind of was getting to the point that we had quite a few times to put up a game and end up being like just one person wanted to see the game, like not really a whole lot of anyone else was interested. But because, you know, of how many points they had, it happened anyways. And on one hand, I was like, oh, well, you know, I get to reward people who have been tuning in for a long time and yada yada. On the other hand, it's like, oh, you know, it's probably not good for the channel. Alright, very last Lardine. You take it easy. Okay. Let's go down this way. But there's been lots of stuff I've been making adjustments around that stuff. Trying to just make it so, you know, I'm keeping in mind collectively people viewing the channel with a lot of decisions more than that. Alright, so yeah, you can recall times that Europe said that literally one person deciding the stream. Yeah. So I was trying to avoid stuff like that was basically why a bunch of that did change. It got to be just one of those things that what would happen is the game would get voted on. It would look like everything was good. We'd have, you know, hundreds of thousands of points spent on the game or whatever. And then we'd start playing the game and the viewership would drop by like half. It was like, oh, clearly people really didn't want to see that game. And, you know, I don't get the breakdown of who voted for what other than you could look at it and be like, oh, this person spent 110,000 points individually. It's like, oh, so this was basically their game. And like I said, it's one of those things I wanted to do to kind of support, you know, hey, this person's been here forever, like, let them nudge the things their direction. But I couldn't put, like, a hard cap on how high they could go. I could increase the points, but that just means it becomes even more only the people who've been here for a long time get to participate, that kind of thing. So it's just like, well, this one's like, I still need to come up with more things for people to do. I am holding G. Hold the other G. Okay, F worked. But yeah, so I've opted to do away with that. Because also, like I said, there was the problem with even then that there were lots and lots of people who the entire thing they were doing is just to troll and try and tie it up, which is fine. But it got to be like an all-the-time thing. And by taking away the points, because there wasn't a lot of people who were like going out of their way to constantly try and tie stuff, it kind of really reduced that. Even though 99% of the time they were unsuccessful in making it tie up. But it just meant we weren't actually seeing what people wanted to see. That people were just kind of doing, like, fudging the number for memes. So I found doing away with the points to sway things has kind of improved. Like, the viewer retention when the game does switch. It's also those things that it seems like people are just generally happier with it, so. I do need more things for people to burn points on, though. I've honestly noticed with a lot of channels, there's been a lot of channels that have been moving to having, like, less and less just stuff. So, like, just to, like, I've honestly noticed a lot of channels that there's, like, basically nothing to do with points. Which has been interesting to me. I don't think that's what I want to do. But I've been noticing more and more of it. So is there a specific one of these that is the install point? Okay, so I believe I need to go to that one first, then I do the other. Actually, I don't know if that's true. All right. This looks fine. Find all necessary underwater objects by scanning points. Okay. So it looks like we found what looked like a pickaxe or a shovel, and then I'm not sure if it's supposed to be a boat or some driftwood or what. All right. So you can't go that way, we gotta go this way. I also appreciate this as a different puzzle versus SnowRunner, like, you know, a lot of it was navigating the mud. So, like, being able to, instead of just fighting, getting stuck in the terrain all the time, which still does happen in this game, just not as frequently, we have other hazards we gotta worry about, which SnowRunner does have ice and all that later. I didn't get too much time with that, personally. Man, you are like a wall. I didn't see this spot over here. It looked like there might be a gap where it goes deep, but not quite as deep. There is. I say, please. I'm gonna go right off the side into that deep water I was trying to avoid. Alright. So you pass slightly off to the right. Yes, that one looked like it had either some type of like frame from a vehicle or something down there. Okay, looks like it's safe to go straight across. All right. Cool. And we got ourselves a new quest. Well, a new progression, new whatever you want to call it. Thing to do. Yeah, so we did all the things here. And we had this one, which is the Lost Island. We've got the mounds here, which is up there. So I am going to try and do this one again. Oh, you know what we need to do? Actually, we're gonna take that back. Go back. Yeah, well, it's fine. We could free roam it, but that's fine. We'll go here. What did it say? What vehicle type? It is a difficulty hard. Travel to another map. Height difference, watery terrain, all that. So we will grab our vehicle here. Is there anything? Roof rack? That's fine. New engine. A down-tuned version of the widespread Scout engine provides high strength and relative high power at the expense of responsiveness and fuel efficiency. Sure. Suspension. We have the Rock Crawler Kit, a fully reworked suspension kit, otherwise impassable terrain, provides a incomparable suspension travel at the expense of ground clearance. Gotcha. So you're more likely to beat yourself, but on the other hand, you'll be a lot better at climbing difficult stuff. I think we keep the lift kit right now, and I think the rest is fine. So with all that, so we're supposed to travel to the next map, like drive there. Let's play it safe. Right, I can't actually bring that. We'll get these two here just in case, and we'll leave a spot open in case we find something interesting. Select. So we've got that. So we've got a long distance travel. So you want me to travel to the next map, but it doesn't really imply how I do that. If you could line up all the US trucks, they would reach the moon. Okay. So you've spawned in. You just have a thing that says generically explore the area. I mean, that feels kind of unsatisfactory. Because that's clearly the hard edge of the map. Okay, well, I guess we just drive around and check stuff. Are there any of these missions nearby that we can deal with? We spotted reports of logging. Obviously, this practice is illegal regardless of the size of the tree. If you find tree stumps or other signs of logging, mark them down and we will alert the rangers. Okay. They've got 1, 2, 3 markers. That's fine. So that means we can go down here. Start dealing with this and move on to the next spot. It does make me wonder, like, how much of an issue would, like, is illegal logging in these kind of places? Because it almost feels like to get, you know, to get actual money's worth out of it, you would need to have a far more, like, sustained kind of thing. Like, dealing with this ridiculous amount of terrain and just, chopping down a bunch of trees and then trying to truck them out of there or float them out of there, whatever. I almost feel like the legal logging would be less of a hassle. Now, if it was something like they were trees that you're not allowed to log because, you know, it's an endangered tree type or whatever, I could see something like that making sense. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's something like an endangered tree that you're not supposed to be logging. I don't... Wait. Light... I didn't realize I was supposed to buy the light beacons. Well, that sucks. Okay, well, I guess we go right back here. Can I travel here without penalty, or am I going to be penalized? Okay, recovery is free. So we'll do that, and we'll try again, only this time actually getting what we're supposed to do. I don't... Alright, well, I won't worry about that mission, because apparently there was things I have to purchase before we go in here. So that's fine. Sunken Treasures is on the other side of the map. Unpredictable weather. That up here? That's fine, we can cut across the middle. Do I need items for that? I feel like I need items for that. That definitely says install stuff, and I don't have the stuff. So I don't think we can do that one either. Alright, okay, so we can just search these by scanning the bottom. Lost treasures are very popular these days. Great outdoors, not above trend chasing. We've heard rumors that there might be an ancient burial sites in a lake nearby. Even if there are no burials, I'm sure there's something we can spin into an exciting find. Alright, so with that, we will want to travel here. That's going to cost me a truck recovery of 1,000. So we're just going to say, I'm going that way, and we'll figure it out as we get there. And just see how it goes. Yeah, so it definitely feels like this is a game that if you want to do any of the side missions, you just have to ahead of time go, what side mission am I going to do? And get all the resources to do it, which is fine. What are you... What is the... Stop tracking. Do this. Start tracking. There we go. Can I move my camera, please? Can I move my camera, please? Please, game? I need to move my camera, game. Well, I can't adjust my camera right now. The game is just not letting me. Well, I have to fix that. I can't... You can't play the game without being able to move the camera. There we go. Thank you. Because without being able to move it, for all I knew, I was going to go right over this and go right off the other side. Is the mouse on the screen? No. We don't need to go through the whole troubleshooting thing. I got it resolved. I've noticed a couple times that the game seems to not really keep its focus kind of thing. Just the way they do their windowed mode kind of thing, the borderless, which is default. Sometimes it's like you get stuck in a weird state between having a menu up and not having a menu up. And that doing stuff like tabbing in and out of the game, it's that sometimes will solve it for you. Oh, that was a bad hit. All right. It's all fine. What's the range I'm revealing, by the way? All right. Well, that's interesting. So the metal detector on top of my vehicle is supposed to reveal these. All right, so you got scrap metal. You got quartz. We'll go ahead and top that off. And how is our stuff doing? And now you're revealing stuff. Oh, do I have to like stop moving for it to detect? I don't remember what blue was. Let's go find out what blue is. Oh, right, it's not cardinal directions. I have to actually do this, and metal detector. So the red was the airdrop. I'm seeing both blue and red back the way I came. I don't really want to go back the way I came. I'm just going to pretend I don't see it. It does feel, though, like I'm just getting into this, and there's not really going to be a way across. So it looks like I just need to go down one of these cliffs. It's probably not terrible, right? Oh, here, let's, make it daytime. So I'm trying to find a way to weasel my way. Oh, come on. Alright, Strider. You sleep well. So it's definitely not the route we're supposed to be taking, but you know. It's probably fine. Or it's not. Either way, we're doing it. So I'm trying to do... This is not smart on my part at all. This is trying to get down this. Just keep pulling, don't start driving. So I kind of figured they could get down by the water's edge. And by the water's edge, I'd be able to follow a little bit. Not looking that good. Come on, I'm stuck in a tree that I've driven over the top of. Smart is overrated. Persistence is better. I know, right? I'm just being caught up by like how much these reeds interfere with your ability to drive around. Don't love that. Let's park here for a moment. We haven't run our metal detector in a while. Let's see if anything exciting happens. Nope, pointing all the way back the way we came. That's fine. Okay, well that wasn't very useful. Oh no 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 no. I would like you to climb. Ah, I see that. That rock there was what's throwing me off. Okay. Alright, this is looking more promising. Then we might be able to cross up here. There we go. See, all we needed was a little persistence. So I just want to see, so our thing went blank. Let's see if it picks up something now, because we're learning how this thing even works. So nothing. Good to know. Because we're still having a little bit of confusion on, like, when the things update and all that. That should be probably okay. Well, that's interesting that we have all that revealed now. Oh, because I used the binoculars and I looked that way. Okay. It's good to know. I guess we just follow the river along for now. Alright. Just like that, we can keep zipping along. Did I really? Okay. For a moment, I thought I rested my front and my back bumper on two rocks that are like perfectly spaced to keep the wheels off. We were fine though. Curious what that is. Almost looks like, oh, it's the illegal logging. I say it almost looks like a retaining wall. All right. The fact that, like, literally nothing is showing up on our metal detector, and we are just, like, schlepping across the woods and the water in the middle of nowhere, it very much feels like this is never intended. No, that is, like, some type of, like, that almost looks like the side of a boat, like a wood boat over there, and then there's some logs on the other side. All right. I mean, hey, we're almost here. Okay. just bang the engine again and again and again. It's fine. The engine understands. Why is everything terrible? Alright. So go for this spot over here on the left first. It looks like no matter what, either way I'm going to have to backtrack on one of them. So this one just felt like it's the closer one. I was nowhere near as far as needed. So we go over here to the end of this rock, see how deep the water is, see if it's something I can just cut across here. See if we need to find a different spot. Alright, so that's a no. We're not cutting across there. I have a feeling I have to be on the other side of the river. We'll check over here by these reeds. See if there's like a hidden path. Maybe. Yeah, so this vehicle I don't think can go through that. This vehicle doesn't have a snorkel or anything. We haven't had... I don't even think we have the option for a snorkel on it. Alright, that's far enough. I'm going to go on the assumption we need to be on the other side of the river. I'm guessing from the other side there'll be a much more obvious path. Alright, so we can go and zip over here. The little rocks. Is the game any different from other mud games? Oh yeah. So the physics are the game, or the physics between the game are the same, but like I would say thematically and the gameplay loop is very different. So you're still doing missions and all that, but it's not like just haul X to Y all the time kind of things. You have a lot more of dealing with just all sorts of really not ideal kind of situations. A lot more exploration in this one as a focus. I'm very much enjoying it. You have new mechanics such as you can adjust your tire pressure so you can climb rocks a lot easier. So I'd say in a lot of ways, some of the traversing terrain is actually a lot easier in this game because you have more controls and more tools to do it. But you're dealing with a lot more not great terrain on top of that. It does also have some mini games that I'm not sold on. It's like what I'm looking for is somewhere under here some debris. But you can see, like, there's no... Oh, here we go. There we go. Yeah, so I'm not super excited about those scamming guys. Get rewards. Cool. Oh, so I didn't even need to visit the other one. Okay. There's a truck there. Let's climb there. All right. Felling site? Oh. Cannot be used now. Okay. I was curious if that was going to reveal more of the map or not. I mentioned there's a bridge there that we overlooked. So if I go to recover the vehicle, will I have to pay for it? Yes, I will. Alright, so we're going to just mark to go that way. Let's see if we find anything of interest. Oh, I have to remove that mark. I do wish there was kind of more stuff hidden in the world, like, you know, you got the supply drops, but I kind of wish there's more upgrades even if you didn't end up using half of them, just because the idea of the metal detector, like, going out and find stuff, even though it really doesn't make sense to just drive out in the middle of the woods and then find, like, a new transmission just laying in the dirt. Like, you still do. Even though that feels kind of weird, I'm still okay with it. Actually, wait a second. When we finish our missions, I believe what we can actually do is return to headquarters, and we don't pay anything. So we finished that, we got some items to headquarters. Cool, so we made our 10,000. So it's pulling my vehicle back to their, you know, has a cost. Alright. Okay, so if we look at the world map here, so we have Unshakable Island. So these are very different. So I've got this area. They got the river up here. Ah, they mark that there are doors on the far end. Okay, so that's how I figure out where we can go around the map. I understand. So if I want to go to the Unshakable Islands, they have a door to the left. My assumption is that door will take us there. Okay, so we'll go here. We will choose this place. We'll select it. We'll grab our vehicle. Grab you again. We will add it. So then we can get the light beacons to deal with the log stuff. That'd be for the meteor stuff. Okay. So what my plan is... Well, that's interesting. That at least marked that it's a thing. Yeah, so my assumption is the door's over here somewhere. But worst case, if that doesn't work out, then we can just do, we can just go back to the area. All right. So we're going west. You're gonna try and go along the west side of the map. It implied that there's a door somewhere over there. So I could try figuring that out. So with that, we're gonna reset the route, or say cut right across there, because there's an island there. Playing detective. I can mark that one of our... There you go. So they can also go down here and mark one of the illegal tree cutting places. Well, now it marks it. Okay. The other times I chose it, I didn't get an icon for it. Which is interesting, it doesn't put the icon anywhere around here either. Ah, game. Excellent. Much more efficient than taking the normal route. Where's the logs? Okay, we'll just slide that marker down here. Just so I mark the logs on the way through. Okay. Yeah, so you'll notice with SnowRunner, you spend the whole time driving on roads. And like some of them are end up like the road's kind of gone, it's become a muddy path or whatever. But you get the idea. You know, there is technically a road there, it's just in bad repair. Whereas this one, you're just, either out in the woods or out on the plateaus or wherever, doing that whole bit. Okay, so that implies that's way over there somewhere. Wait, I guess just go towards the icon. I can do that. Get back along the water so I'm not in the trees. Hey, Bunker Joe, thank you so much for having the 5 stream streak. I really do appreciate that. We enjoy your extra 450 points, and have yourself a good lurk. All right. Really? That little stick is stopping me? Okay, so it is on the other side of the water. We had a place... Well, actually, I don't even know if we can cross up there. So it looks like I have to go down here and cross somewhere around there. Alright, that's fine. All right. Well, that's an interesting consideration. Is that what I need to do? Is I have to deal with this boat? The passage seems to be blocked now to this part of the carpet. Okay. Yeah, so get around to your side and see what happens from there. I have a feeling where we see that little land bridge across, well, a little chain of islands, I have a feeling that's where we gotta cross. Alright. Because I'm guessing we get to the other side, we do something to unlock it. And then once it's unlocked, you don't have to go the whole roundabout. Man. Yeah, that's just straight up, straight down, which is what I figured. Alright. So I can't imagine you stay shallow very far. Oh, this is not how I want to do this. This is dicey. Okay, there we go. I was just worried we're just going to roll right off into the water. We are definitely taking the super duper scenic route. And skipping time. I said, and... There we go. Okay, it's starting to look promising that somewhere around here we'll be able to cross over there. At least that's what I'm hoping. Alright. Wait just a moment. we can cross. So I'm thinking what will happen is we actually cross up there to that, over there to that, and then you go all the way back. And I think this is just a place for me to find out that I can do that. Get a better vantage point. Yeah, because you're also red over there. Alright, so back off the island. Island doesn't do us any good. There is apparently a supply drop back behind, well, a supply drop here somewhere. We'll see if it's anywhere convenient or not to worry about it. It's supposed to be like directly in front of me, actually. Yeah, it's just gonna be up here. Let's just get over there. Let's not worry about trying to check every 2 inches for where we can cross. But we could see what looked like a path across by the rocks. Yep, you still get too deep. Hey, the Bacon Dragon, how's it going? I'm going to assume up ahead here we're going to be able to cross. That's the only wrong answer. The only wrong answer is to go off that right side of the rock. How goes the mud? Pretty good. We are taking, oh, don't roll, please. Please, just a little, just a little, just a little. All right. So over here on my left looks like it's shallow enough we can cross it. Work with me on this, don't fight. Hey, and we are across. We just need to not roll at the last second. I said not roll at the last second. There we go. Increase our tire pressure. For those who don't know Bacon Dragon, our content creator on the platform, definitely someone worth checking out. Got to meet them in TwitchCon and everything. Been playing anything fun lately? Alright. So now we've driven half across the entire map to find a place we can cross the river. We have crossed the river, but not in the direction we were aiming for. GG newbies about Valheim? Nice. Where the heck were we even going anymore? It was somewhere. Oh, right. I was trying to cross here to cross there. Ah, that's to the dormant volcano, which we haven't found yet. Okay, yeah, so we're trying to cross down here. Didn't we have a marker for where it's trying to go? Did that just vanish at some point? It's fine. We'll get to the other side and we'll figure it out from there. Back here? I don't feel very good, but maybe? Feels better than that. It's not as dark. Trying not to advance them too much to let them figure things out. Or not to do the things. Yeah, that's so I actually do pretty good with that kind of stuff specifically. I'm very good at just like sitting back and being like, all right, where do you want us to go? Like that kind of thing. So that's pretty deep. Like that orange is a little deep. I'm gonna try and inch a little bit forward. No, it's cool. It's cool. Stop being upset, car. Because we don't have a snorkel, nor can we get one on this vehicle. I'm not sure if we can do this. Nope, nope, nope. Back. All right, I'm not feeling good about that. Like, it's on the fence where if I just floored it, maybe we'd be able to get through it before things started going south. But, oh, it's where you don't want to give them the answer? Oh, yeah. Now I hear you. We usually do relatively okay with, like, letting people just kind of do their thing and see what happens. All right. So this spot is a bit shallow. Well, I will know the entire way around. I do hate how hard it is to drive on these little rocks. They do absolutely booger up your ability to know which way you're going to turn sometimes. No, don't. Oh, we are so screwed here. Hug the wall? Okay. I thought I was just going to have the thing where we just keep sliding in as we went around it. Oh, little island. Little island looks promising. Well, I mean, we are full touring this whole place. So we can definitely cut across here. Please go faster. Thank you. So we used our parts to patch that up. Well, that's not what I was expecting. I wasn't expecting an immediate, like, death drop-off between the two little islands. There's maybe a navigatable spot over there. I just need to get the truck to behave with me with all these rocks. There's a good chance we're just completely off base and I'll have to just backtrack and, like, kind of reset or whatever, but that's fine. Yeah, that's... Really? Come on. I'm just barely dipping my front in there. I'm gonna go for this. This is a bad idea. Oh, you're slowing down way too much for this. Well, I had a plan. If it had a snorkel, we would have been fine. But there's like a little rock ledge down here. So you see what it's trying to do is follow that rock ledge. But without the snorkel, we still went too deep. So, with all that, we're going to return to headquarters. We did put down one of the beacons, so that's fine. Alright, so let's take another evaluation of the map. Because what we're trying to do is get to the Unshakable Islands. Which... The implication is we have a door here, and we have a door here to exit the map. That's the one I was looking for, and I wasn't able to get to it. We also have this one down here, the Whirlpool, that I could potentially go for. I still think I do want to stick with that. Let's check this... There was another scout. Let's check to see if this one can get a snorkel. Because if we can get a snorkel, maybe we'll be in better shape. Alright, so grab you. We're not going to be anywhere near that. We're going to go ahead and put... Oh, we don't have a sideboard. That's why it's complaining. So go ahead and give ourselves some, get out of jail free kind of stuff. And we can go here to customize. So we can take it from... So B+, B+. Alright, get a better engine. Alright. Get the off-road, suspension. I'm actually going to go for the rock crawler. So I don't really know how much that's going to affect. Oh, there we go. So mud tires give good, good, excellent. Just spending all of our money. Advanced winch. Snorkel. Here we go. High mount snorkel. Alright, so that's basically what I need. Is I need a vehicle that could actually take through some other stuff. Since we're going to be doing all that stuff, let's go ahead and set ourselves some rims and all that. Sure. The front bumper. I have to pay for that? Oh. I see. So this has no slots, and these apparently have slots. I don't know what the slots are for. Sure. Oh, interesting. So you basically put like a tiny bit extra fuel tucked on the front. That's pretty funny. So you can get the metal detector for free, or we can get these, which adds more slots. We can add a lot of slots to this. I assume that makes it very, very top heavy. I'm going to take the metal detector for now just because we can. There's a spare wheel place we can put on the back. A reinforced bumper, which would allow us to put stuff on the back. It's actually 2 spare wheels, it says? Question mark? Significantly increases the supply of fuel and spare parts. It is hard to imagine a situation this could not be this would not be helpful. Alright. So we're able to support more. Now, is this a separate thing we also... I didn't actually mean to buy it, but here we are. So I can literally just sit there and just cram on all of the fuel and everything. That's kind of cool that they're cosmetic, but they do actually have a functional thing. Okay. So we just basically gave this thing an absolutely absurd amount. Like, we've got, you know, fuel storage on the sides and the front and all that. That's pretty neat. Meanwhile, it needs to be sprayed. There we go. Actually, the orange and... it's fine, we'll do it. Apply the color. Decals, exterior. There's our emotional support vehicle. Alright. So we just blew an absolutely obnoxious amount of money. And we've got all that, so I think we'll be in good shape. Alright. So we're going to deploy this. Now my guess is I'll want to start from this spot. Alright. So this is our long... That looks ridiculous. This is our long-haul like our long-haul explorer. We do have a place we could fjord over there. But like I said, that's the dormant volcano. See, we had the one time it gave us an icon to show where we could travel. So my plan is just... Oh, we have climb spots down here. Alright, so let's plan just go down and check those climb spots and just see what we can see. Now, I suspect this thing's big negative is probably going to be way worse about rolling over than the other one. But that's okay. I do appreciate that they made the gas cans on the sideboard actually like bounce around as you drive, where they're not just like a rigid part of the model. All right. Okay, so I should probably be able to do the yellow spots pretty easily now. Because at snorkel is the point we can practically submerge the vehicle and still be okay. I wonder why that's marked. Do I just have to drive through it that counts it? Alright, I can live with that. I like that. Alright, so just zip on over here. Start traversing this part of the mountain. Okay. You know, my general feedback is if you are someone into MudRunner, there is a good chance you're going to enjoy the game. Now, if you were someone who the thing you cared about in MudRunner was specifically transporting goods and the other stuff kind of wasn't really your bag, then probably not. Alright, so where is the place we're going? We literally just climbed it. Let's get up to where I can actually see on top of this hill. Because clearly they're going to bother to have a climb point that gets marked. You're going to be expected to use the spot for something. That's just too dense. Yeah, I think it's supposed to go that way. But my hope is that we can get up here, grab the binoculars, and or maybe the drone. Take a look around. Okay, we got an upgrade part over there. We can definitely check that out. There's more area back over here. Alright, so where did you see the upgrade part? Because I suspect we can possibly go over this way somewhere. And then there's also curious about that over there. We have another climb over there. Alright, so that doesn't update, so I need to actually do that myself from time to time. Alright, so somewhere back here is an upgrade part. So let's go get it. It wasn't far, it's only 192. So let's stop here and scan for it again. There it is. Alright. Ultimate weapon against the deepest marshes. Alright, cool. So what we can go ahead and do is, because the other entrance we saw was over here somewhere. We are on that side of the river we had been trying to reach the entire other time. We are just going to try and drive right up this shore. Every once in a long while, I'll stop and pop out the metal detector, and if we see anything, we'll go check it out. No, no, no. I did not think that's going to reach. Alright, gotta keep in mind this is way more top-heavy than the vehicle I was using just a couple minutes ago. Would you please get off the ridge of the rocks? Okay. Yeah, let's go right up here. We'll pop the radar again. Alright. You need to stop with designing my base, but you can't. Alright, because, like, what we were trying to do is I thought we had a way to cross up here, and we didn't find it. We're trying to find our way to the next map. And supposedly on this map there's 2 exits. You know what, I bet you? That spot we already found is probably the one exit. Well, no, because it showed an icon, that's right. It showed us an icon of what direction the exit was once when we chose the quest, and then it disappeared and we couldn't get to show up again. It was definitely not the same place that the ferry was. Alright. And just because I could easily see them stashing something out on the many little islands over there. Let's do our little scan. Nope. Alright. And I'm imagining this is one of those things that once we get there once, that's not what I wanted to do. Sorry. What I meant to do was pulse to see the depth of the water. So you have bad time. Should be an okay time. There's rocks down here we can't see. Hey, we've got the icon. Alright. So yeah, so somewhere over here is where we're going. Need a car floaties like the wild thornberries. Well, that's like, get like one of the amphibians where it's, they just have like the giant inflatable tires. Alright, I'm gonna go around this ledge and see where I can climb. So I don't have to hopefully go absolutely through the worst of it. And that's why we switched to this Jeep versus the vehicle we were using that was way less of a rollover hazard. It's just because we can put a really tall snorkel on, so I can just drive right in the river. All right. It's been a little while, so let's do a metal detector again. And I have no idea what the distance is. It does look like there's maybe a path over here to our left. There's just a weird tunnel through the trees, so let's go ahead and take that. Okay, the weird tunnel through the trees is a lie. Okay, it was just a weird gap in the trees is all. Oh, that's just nighttime. It's like, oh, you're lighting up. Why are you lighting up? So we need to get off the sandbar thing and up here. Go back down to the next sandbar. Yeah, so I've got the door here, we just got to get to it. And where it looks like I'm running low on gas, don't worry, I've got a lot of gas in storage. I've got gas storage on the front of my Jeep, and I got gas storage on the side of my Jeep. And also, this feels like our place to do the metal detector, because we can reach these islands from this side, but not the other side. I don't... Oh. Alright, well, I'm willing to go grab whatever that... So we have like the anchor point and something else here. If it marks there's something there, it might take us to a path of some kind. Alright. Okay. Top off the gas. Grab some useful stuff. Let's make sure that was all there was here, since they were in line with each other. Okay. clearly we're getting close. So it does feel like that the idea of this was that you would actually go and either take the north or south route to the other side of this river and then work your way along it. And like I said before, I think the idea is once you unlocked it, you would be able to use other means of getting there. Or maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe you could just fast travel there and you don't have to think about it anymore. Alright. So I guess my options are to go way up that ledge or to snake along the bottom here. So we're going to snake along the bottom here. With the snorkel and everything, I feel way better about going through deep water than questionable ledges. All right. Looks nice. You need it. Ooh, hoo, 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 hoo. Let's. I mean, if we do roll at the last second, I do think I put a jack in here. I'm pretty sure that's the entrance real fast. Nothing. Alright, so we took the most obnoxiously roundabout way of going there. But, with all that said, here we are. A gently sloping area that, if a dam is built, will turn into a reservoir, flooding this part of the Carpathians region. Let's go. Driving off-road melee... never mind. Alright. Explore the area. Fair enough. All right. So looks like there's a canyon or ravine over there. Oh, fireflies. Well, none of that counted for anything, so... I guess we just drive around randomly. What am I doing? I've got a metal detector. Let's use a metal detector, see if anything picks up. Go to whatever we find. Okay. So we have 3 upgrades up ahead. So you know where we're going. That way. My greed has been has been awoken. Very clearly that's where we're going. I was also going to say, I started playing my music at the gap, and the game's music went away. I did not turn off the game's music. It just... I guess it realized they're playing music, it was like, nope, no more. It doesn't actually have that functionality as far as I could tell. Okay, so that has to be close, because it's already turning that direction. Can I see on the map anything? Let's actually see if we can get the drone to help us out. Alright, so the truck was facing this way, it's over there. Saw like a rock or whatever up there. I didn't see anything obvious though. I did see that there wasn't really a path back there. Alright, well, I guess the direct route. Well, actually, no, let's keep going up this way. And when we see them start shifting to the side where we know we're like really close kind of thing. So I will say, the big Jeep compared to the art car is nowhere near as good at rock climbing. Oh, it's real close. Okay. Yeah, so it's like right here. All right. Okay. Is there a cave or something, maybe? Huh. I'm wondering if there's a cave. There's got to be a cave, right? Because, like... it's implying it's, like, right here. That is a dastardly thing. Yeah, no, it's literally, they're supposed to be right here. So there's a cave somewhere nearby. That's kind of cool, actually. So is there a way we were going to be able to see, obviously, where there'd be a cave? Because, I mean, Because it's implying it's that way, and we only moved a couple of inches. Let's try switching up by going to where that anchor point is. Actually, is that back to where we came from? I don't think so. Let's try moving towards that anchor point drop, because it could be that anchor point is the thing pointing at that they know people are going to be greedy and, like I did, immediately be like, you know what I'm doing? Getting the upgrades. So anchor point's this way. Alright. I wish it'd tell me how far that is. Because the anchor point's an airdrop. And airdrops, you know, they can't be in a cave or something like that because they're from the sky. It's got an opening here. Yeah, this whole thing is just dense trees. I can see what I'm doing. A little bit of gap over there. Alright. So this is rough. I'm disoriented, so I'm going to use the red-blue to tell me what direction to go. Oh. Don't tell me this is like bugged out and there's just... What? Oh, okay, I guess... So, we're having a weird thing going on right now. We've got right around there, I've got something that's there. I got another thing around there that we can see it on our metal detector, but then I can't interact, like can't find it, so... Oh, here. That's where we need to go anyways. So let's stop chasing this. I didn't even notice that down there. So new plan. We get out of this cursed place and start chasing our objective as we're running ourselves out of fuel. Chasing things that are tormenting us and showing us 3 upgrades and fuel and anchor points and all sorts of goodies. And they're like, but the metal detector is not going to tell you where they actually are. Unless we get like a separate device, like dig stuff up, and I have to go to the spot, you know, get out the digger. But I haven't seen anything to apply a mechanic like that. Because it'd also be weird to like have to traverse random places in the mountains looking for a hidden cave or some nonsense. And then have that cave... Wow, frame rate, what happened to you there? Jeez, frame rate, why is your problems? Something got loaded in the game that it didn't like. Looks there's probably a path along here somewhere. Let's get to the thickest part of the trees and go down this way and see what we can't figure out. Yeah, so as you can see, it is labeling that there's a bunch of upgrades there, but we went to where we could like literally move 1 inch forward and 1 inch back, and it was also moving. Like, it was also just like staying by the vehicle, so I'm clearly missing some detail. Like, there's like some equipment I need, or they've got like some cave system or something. It's good to be able to see again. I'm also wondering if in the future we're able to like fast travel to this map, like just spawn on this map at the start point, or if I do have to make the commute from the other location to here. All right. Alright, that's one buy where start. I'm gonna have gas and spare parts, as well as the thing to help right us when we're unrolled. Keep in mind I do have two extra things of gas storage on our vehicle, so even though our engine's starting to look like it's getting low, I do have storage along the side and the front of the truck. Something like an extra 12 gallons or something like that. This map is really cool to me as the fact, like, this is literally woods. There's, like, nothing here as far as civilization goes. So it's kind of a nice, just different thing. There's just like nothing in SnowRunner at all like this location. I'm also noticing Lost Island. Oh, the exploration, it's the island, that's right. That's the quest objective. I thought I was saying like this zone I had explored 0% of. Right, that's the whole thing, is we're here to survey an island that they're going to be building a dam that's going to put this whole area underwater. This'll be the actual reservoir for the dam. And we're basically going to be checking the area out to see what's here, what will be impacting for like consideration of whether or not we should build the dam, yada yada yada. Alright, so I've got more supplies that way. Might be worth considering. So my expectation is they'll be up this hill. Oh. Okay. So we've got supplies straight up the hill. And then off left we got more supplies and an upgrade. Alright. You must be really close if the angle changed that much. I'm wondering if just the metal detector just doesn't... Yeah, no, something's wrong. I think the metal detector just doesn't work on this location for some reason. Because we're seeing the icons, but we're also not actually finding the things when we go... Like, we'd have crossed over where it was, and usually have, like, a big box that makes it stand out and everything. I'm just going to push this way towards where the other upgrade was marked as the air supplies and our objective. Because I am starting to worry about the gas situation. Alright. I bet you need to get to the yellow circle. But yeah, no, I need to get to the yellow... Oh, you're saying you bet I need to get to the yellow circle before to let me do those things? That'd be kind of a crappy thing to do it that way. I could see where if, like, the zone had an instancing mechanic to it. I do hate that I can see absolutely nothing. I need to get out of these trees. What we need to also do, we need to go into our extra fuel storage. I just need to back out of these, not fight this way. Go back to the opening. Alright, so inventory. How do I get my extra gas? Oh, I bet you it's down here. Yeah, so it's 75 units of extra gas stored. Now, but you might be right that there might be like some instancing thing that we find something important there, and we're like, oh, nope, now it's an archaeological dig. And, you know, it kind of refreshes the map and makes all things active. It feels a little unlike the games in this genre normally go, but at the same time, I could see it. Right, and we had cut over this mountain here, this hill. And that led us to an opening. There's the opening down there. Alright, so this should be way less cursed trying to travel. Yes, there's a face carved in that. Alright. Because I could see that being the way that starts, that you're just surveying for this... please no, that's not how physics work. Then I can see that you're like, oh yeah, we're just checking to make sure, like, putting this dam here is not going to be too bad for the environment. And it'd be like, oh crap, we just found some heckin' fossils. And, you know, some, like, native artifacts that are new and interesting discoveries that we have no idea about these people. If we flood this, that information's gone forever. Like, let's maybe not. It's been a while since we've seen some, like, proper mud. Alright. So the place we're going is over here. We need to get to the top of that mountain. I was under the impression they're going for some sort of island. Can I get high enough over here? Oh, we're getting this explored. Okay, cool. Getting stuck. Yeah, so I can't... Alright, so... we're getting up there. It doesn't look like there's a good spot here. But it does look like I can go this way, creep around there, and then go up. When it said Lost Island, I was like, it's going to be an island, right? Because you know what that is not? That's not an island. Alright, let's not go directly into the deep water if we can help it. Unless that little rock in the middle is supposed to be the island, but I don't think that would warrant, you know, a proper survey to look at a singular rock. Alright. We're burning gas way faster than I like. It would be interesting if they introduced the idea of the map updating in a more significant way, because like the other one, it mostly just a rock slide would vanish, or you know, you'd plop down a bridge or whatever. It would be interesting because I had talked about one of the maps, Michigan and SnowRunner. They have the idea that you put, you know, you check on these pumps to help bring the water level down. And for me, I was like, oh, you know, it'd be really nice, even if it mechanically didn't change the map in a meaningful way, but like the swamped out areas that the pumps were at, which really that's the only thing you did there. I was like, it would be cool though if you went back there and you, like noticeably the water was down where the pump was. Even if like the entire rest of the map was unchanged, it didn't like change the game, but just like to visibly see the map change. You discovered a new climb. Cool. And we are kicking every single rock down this mountain. All right. It's a bit unclear what is and isn't part of this area. Alright, so this is counting over here. Alright. So let's see. Of the area, we've got the climb there. We have an airdrop down there that it actually identified. You'll try repositioning using the binoculars again. Alright. We did get our... Oh. Got a place we can put that. So there's a trail down that way. So I'm trying to do is get credit for exploring the whole area. Alright, we're at 98%, 99%. Take a photo of the wooden totem. But I don't have a camera. Don't make me go all the way back to get a camera. You didn't let me know a camera was needed. Okay, thank you. What? Oh, I see. Alright, so basically we found that there is, evidence of stuff that is culturally significant, yada yada yada. No damn. More research. That's not helpful. I don't have the gas to do this. When I went to visit them, they didn't exist. Let's try and be quick about it. Because we already hit our reserves, all that extra storage. I'm glad we spent all that money to get all that reserve. I was not expected to just drive around here and have no means of getting any gas this whole time. Which I get it, we're in the middle of the wilderness, it's not like there's going to be a gas station. But the fact that even the airdrops like that we've been able to detect with the metal detector aren't really there. Really hoping this gets sorted fast. We need to find another viewpoint for the photo. Okay. What are you supposed to be? Did I actually give up all of my spare parts? Please tell me that's not true. I did, because I had to repair myself. Don't be this way. We might be able to go down here and around. The alternative is I do see there's a tree I can anchor myself to the other side, and I am tempted to see if I can just slowly lean off the side while holding the winch the entire time and make it work. Now let's keep going. That's a maybe be able to climb. Yeah, that feels way better to climb. We can climb that ridge over here just to the right. All right. Reduce the iron our tires. More grippy. Start. Winching our way up there. It does make me wonder, if we finish this, what missions we get on this tile that makes sense as a place to build a bridge in the future. So it looks like it might be left or right we go over it. Come on, man, we're getting real low on gas here. Please, no. Please, 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 please. Oh, ho, 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 ho. We did actually stall there from rolling over too far. But we were able to recover. Hey, Cerise the Mage. How's it going? Oh, this is bad. Good enough. I don't have the gas for this, and I don't want to get this far and not make it. We're absolutely not making it. I keep getting stuck in these little rocks. Oh. Nope. We are out of the stuff that makes you go. Like I said, this one's showing an airdrop. We were over here hitting all sorts of points and not getting the ability to take the airdrop, so unfortunately we have failed. Good thing you're using the rock climbing tires. I am. Like, that's the whole thing. Is like, man, these things are not really going. But the thing that bothers me more about that is how far we had to go. Alright, is there someone here who gives us, like, extra... So that's the outpost gets us extra gas. Not what I need. I mean, if we do that, that'll mark our airdrop, so at least we can figure that out. So we'll try that again. And we did drive around a bunch. And we didn't get any upgrades for you. Well, let's go ahead and we'll add that. Does it have the... Okay, so it does keep the fuel in here. So for the record, we do actually keep all that extra fuel in all the different places. So that's good news. Meanwhile, for this, I will put these. Can't put those on. We have some spare parts, so we can make the bridge thing now. Alright, well... So what I'm curious about... So I think I can cut across here. Let's try and get there in a much faster route this time. So I think I can actually go north into the west. Once we're there, because I'm hoping the rest of the path stays marked, we can just go right up that one ledge and finish it off. So I'm hoping is that we'll be able to just kind of cut across over here somewhere. Alright. Which, for the record, if you are new to Snow and MudRunner series and all that, this kind of stuff does happen. Where you get close to your objective, but you can't quite make it. Now, normally, and this is something that feels different about this game, normally I just send another vehicle out and, you know, get gas for your vehicle. As far as I can tell, I've not seen that whole thing. Susan May says, still not 100%, but you're doing a heck of a lot better than I was. At this point, you're just dealing with a few lingering symptoms. Your voice is the only thing starting to record. Gotcha. I mean, yeah, that's how it goes. Like when you get like a really bad cold, flu, COVID, that kind of thing is when you get one that like really just knocks you down. That generally it is one of those things that like you'll be over it, quote unquote, but your throat will still be like really rough and you'll have voice problems and all that. So I am glad to hear that, you know, you are quickly recouping and whatnot. Because it's just never a good time to be sick for a long time. I definitely like the other scout way more than this for traversing the map, though. Let's go this way and then to the right. All right. Because this one, like the other one, like its big drawback is no snorkel. There's not even an option, which is just straight up a deal breaker for a lot of stuff. But as far as its actual driving, it's way less top heavy, so I much more enjoy driving it. That said, everything has its pros and cons. Well, that's not what I wanted to find on the other side of those trees. So I can scooch right over here. I'm sure this is one of those games that after a while you learn the map, you start learning what isn't a path you can just easily go through, and you know, what are just straight up forest you can't. Okay, so river does go the whole way up. So it looks like there might be a shallow spot where the water's brighter up there.
Thank you, a Night Dweller, for subscribing for 6 months.
Thank you, Night Dweller, for a
Rual
tier
Stevel.
for a tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. I've been subbed to the channel for 6 months, so half a year. So thank you so much for that continued support. That's not what I wanted to do, it's what I did. Alright. So my hope is that that light spot might just be light reflecting. Nope. 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 That's not the way we go across that river. That is the way we nosedive directly to the bottom of the river. Yeah, so that's just the light reflecting. Because I have noticed that areas where the water is shallower, they do have a tendency to, like, have that water effect. Check over there by those reeds. Those reeds look like a promising spot. I don't want to bring that out. I guess that'd be my one feedback, is a metal detector. It's cool that you have the animation. Just like, let me keep going about my life. Well, it's not so much the water damage, so much as like the car nosing down the water and not being able to get it back out of the water. That's more my thought. Does this not let you go across? Don't make me have to go the whole way around from down here up. That is the kind of thing, if the game actually requires that, would be just a deal breaker. Look, man. The next zone, you wouldn't let me get the airdrop, so I couldn't be responsible about my gas use. Yeah, because even with the tallest snorkel, I'm assuming the big down red arrow means big down done. So we can... How far... There's another island up there. I don't know if that's in play or not. We'll check the island up here. If you seen the truck, is it lost forever? Nah, you just reset it back. Yeah, so let's cross back over here. Like I said, we can try going up towards that island. I don't know where the end of the map is, but it's getting pretty close to it. Now, if you did notice, because I canceled the expedition as opposed to reset the vehicle back to start, because I figured if I reset the vehicle back to... Don't. If I reset the vehicle back to start, then, I have to pay for it, and I basically start from the same point and all that. So we are just exploring. In hindsight, I have to remember that, though. Which it makes sense why they do that, because I was dodging the cost of having to reset your vehicle. That's fine. I was just hoping that up here somewhere we would have some type of shallow crossing up here. Because otherwise the way you get there is so far out of the way before you even get a chance to attempt anything. And then the fact of the metal detector just giving you... Like, the amount of gas I lost just chasing down those readings, because, like, oh, I should top off in gas, only to find that there was nothing there. Speaking of which, I haven't checked the metal detector up here at all. Upgrade part, you say? I'll just get distracted immediately. Because at least this thing works on this tile. Alright. Let's try doing the drone, see if we can't spot it. That is not what I want. Yes, it'd be over here. Hey, don't do that. I can very clearly see it. Give me credit anyways. Alright, the speed we're going through gas is absolutely astronomical. Alright. Is this the right way, even? Alright. Okay. It is. And then it was out here, which would be nice and easy to reach. We obtained a lift kit. Cool. Gotcha. And there might be a spot to cross over there. And we'll just see if we can't get any of the things to show up where I can grab. Because there was one place I managed to snag some fuel near the door. I think it was on this side. So we could still top off our supplies. I can't remember. Alright, here we go. As I can't remember what button was for first person. I just switched to it just so I could see through the trees. Come on. Oh, this is... You know what? It's probably fine, right? It's probably fine. Just really, really light on the gas. Really, really light. Hold reverse, hold reverse, hold reverse. Winch to save ourselves. C. It's fine. Didn't even take damage for it. Where's... That might be a spot way over there. That's either the end of the map, or it's a spot I can cross. I think that's meant to be the end of the map. Because that's a weirdly straight-on border. So the issue I'm finding is there's literally nowhere in this whole area you can cross. Like, even down here, you can't cross there. That I might be able to cross, but we went the whole way out and around here. I wasn't able to cross. So it literally is the thing. I gotta go all the way down to this edge and drive up here, maybe? I'm sure you can go this way as well. That's probably what we'll do, is we'll just go up that way. The downside is... That's the whole thing. What we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to return to headquarters, get our money back for supplies, and we got an upgrade. And we're going to switch to where we start. Alright. And we are losing a little bit... I'm not going to go ahead and choose you. Get out of here. The operators are cool. It's weird playing this game where, like, you could slowly deplete your money. Like, that's the hard mode in the other games. But it kind of not my favorite. Because I'm also losing some money when we sell these back. I'm not getting the full value, I'm noticing. Because that would imply you could get yourself into an unrecoverable state. That, you know, you run out of money, game over, try again. Now, granted, it doesn't feel like it's really that bad. But it makes me hesitant to buy some things in case, like, you know, running into this one or having difficulty. Alright, so the plan is as follows. Go that way. Go this way, top off here, and go up here. Yeah, and that's the thing. Down here, there was, like, you saw, I, like, couldn't get over to this island. Over here, I was able to go to that store, and then back up here, and it's around here I ran into problems. But yeah. Now, it should be okay that I can cross here. I didn't see a route down here. It could be I've just overlooked it. But I was looking for it, I didn't find it. I also have no idea if this game has missions you can repeat, so say you were to run a situation. Like, if I were to run out of stuff, that, you know, you go, oh, I'm in a trap state, that there is, like, a side mission you could do to make a little bit of money to get yourself out of it. I don't think we metal detected here. One moment, please. Because we're right here. I can go run down this part real fast and gas up right here at the depot or whatever you want to call it. Oh, you know, I bet you at the beginning of the mission where I've been adding the vehicle, I bet you I can just add 2 vehicles. Which makes complete sense. All right. right here. There's just an upgrade sitting like right here. Okay. Maybe this thing's just bugged? There's some bit of information we're missing here. Because, like, we're detecting right around here an upgrade is available. And that's kind of the issue we're running into the other map. Yeah, so you can see it's like literally like 2 seconds in front of us, like on that rock ridge directly in front of us, is where it's detecting it as being. But it's very clearly not there. Because where it's implying it is that it'd be like right around where the camera's pointing right now. It's like in this little section here that it's supposedly detected. And earlier I was like, oh, well, maybe there's a cave on one of the other maps. But yeah, it'd be like right there. Because when you're parked here, is pointing it that way. When you're parked there, simple triangulation, it'd have to be around here. So we are missing some mechanic around these upgrades that maybe there's something I have to do to like dig them up or something like that. Which is weird, because the game is not giving me any implication that you could have items buried or whatever. Alright, so it's building module. Oh. So we can make workshop, so we can make warehouses, essential storage, expanded parking. So let's go over here, top off our gas, and get on our way. Okay, there it goes. Like, I would like the gas, please. Yeah, so we can have... That really hangs on this UI. Yeah, so you can build our stuff. So we have... like that. We can build a warehouse that gives us inventory. We can build essentials, which is for the start of the mission. We have extended parking, which just, I guess, means we can put more vehicles there. Alright, but now we got all of our storage all filled up again. We're just not going to look for that part. So, right now, as the player, or like if the developers end up seeing this, right now as the player, my immediate experience is to think that the metal detector is bugged. Because it's pointing at a rock that clearly doesn't have an upgrade, and none of the games in the series have had idea of like buried something. And if it is buried, it's also the thing staring at a giant rock. Just makes me think something's not working the way it ought to. Now, it could be that I'm not understanding mechanic, but there's nothing to give me any kind of indication that, oh, you know, there's something here, you just don't have what you need to get it, or there's some state. So it makes me just think the metal detector is not worth using, because I've kind of got myself in a lot of trouble now on multiple attempts of doing this particular mission because of chasing stuff down from the metal detector only to find the thing not there. Alright, Straight's the Mage, you have a good one. Thank you for tuning in. Just kind of going to say that is a negative in my book. If you got an item that detects items, it needs to be reliable. Like I said, if it is the idea that it's like a buried something, like add a texture or something, like have it poking slightly out of the ground or something. I restarted the game, maybe it broke. Could be. It is weird that's detected that specific spot, but it's been a bunch of them and not all of them, so that's why I'm confused. Because I'd assume if it was like just broken, it'd just be broken. But we're gonna try and knock out this mission, and I'm just gonna ignore the other things. Yeah, it is possible that restarting the game might fix whatever it is if it is a bug. But it's a little unusual for a bug to be kind of hit and miss with that. 'Cause like I said, we are literally going to a resource and tapping it for gas on the way up here. We did it last time, even with the other things not appearing. So I don't know. So that might be one place. Oh, we could definitely cross up ahead. Alright. And the other thing is, they're going to restart right now. I have to restart the whole mission over again. But for as long as it can take you to explore some tiles, if it is a bug, they got to get that. They got to get that sorted. Because if exploration is like one of the main primary ingredients to your game, it has to work right. I've also tried to use the binoculars in the drone just in case it was like some game mechanic where it's like, oh, use the metal detector to figure out what direction it is. Oh, now use the drone to like label it. Which I'd be okay with that. But nah. Doesn't seem to be the case. Okay, I believe up here is where the supply drop is. Is that where it was? Oh no, it's up farther. Alright. Just zip along here real fast. We grab our top off. We don't go get distracted like we did last time trying to chase down all the things that aren't there. Got a better feel for the map. Actually, I think the map stayed revealed even though we, you know, kind of backed out of the expedition because we were stranded way over there. Okay. Just trying to fight through these trees and have the places. It also is so hard when you're like, I'm on a tree right now, and they work super weird when they do that. Alright, so we can zip on up here. And with that, we just gotta race up to the next point. Yeah, so that was one of the spots that, like, we tried to go to and wasn't detecting. Like, that was the style of spot, I should say, but that one's fine. I'm just gonna take it with the game just came out. There'd be bugs. But I do worry with the game being around exploration and the metal detector being the only real way to detect things versus just flying the drone around aimlessly. It is going to create a lot of player confusion. So hopefully that gets sorted. For the record, I'm absolutely really enjoying the game. Having a good time with it. I think it is a nice way of having a game that mechanically feels like SnowRunner and all that, but is very distinctly its own thing. So, even though it's the same engine, same mechanics, they have added enough stuff to differentiate where you can kind of just slap down a place you can anchor a place where you can do your sorry, I'm trying to like multitask, do like attach your winch to and all that. All right. And then the drone and the binoculars and all that to help you like reveal areas. And that the core loop of the game is around exploration and all that, like getting early discovery and setup kind of thing, and setting up science equipment. So while you still do haul stuff, it's far less of the game. Ooh, that was a real solid hit. Didn't feel like it should have been that solid. But SnowRunner and all of them have always been that way. Okay. So this takes us on the next map. We've got about 80% of our fuel. And then on top of that, I've got almost a full tanks of fuel worth of extra stuff there. Alright, so we're expected to explore this. So last time we learned... Yeah, if we go up here, we can repair the bridge. We can take this straight on down there. And then we can take it back. Oh, the interesting thing is it's not making me re-explore the whole area. All it's doing is saying, hey, you know... And check that first point. That's fine. It's not making me explore the whole area. It's just kind of like... Hey, you've already explored it. Just take the picture, please. Because they couldn't make anyone really want to use the scouts in SnowRunner, so they made them their own game. I don't know, I really enjoyed the scouts. My only big problem with the scout missions in SnowRunner is thematically, it's like, okay, you're in this disaster situation, you know, you're trying to repair where, like, this dam is gone, and the bridges are all burned out, and there's knocked over buildings. Oh, also, drive up that mountain because reasons. Like, drive up that mountain and go see the sights. And you kind of scratch your head and is like, is this really how I should be spending my time right now? So it kind of felt like a weird in-story departure kind of thing. Versus this game, it's like, oh yeah, I gotta go and... Oh, it turned off my all-wheel drive? How dare you? Versus this one's like, oh yeah, no, we're in an area that, you know, people aren't. We're trying to figure out stuff and all that. Because I actually enjoyed driving the Scouts in SnowRunner a lot. It's just 90% of SnowRunner is hauling crap through the mud. You never keep yourself from getting your Scouts like where's trucks or farmer capable? Oh, I had the opposite experience. I guess it depends on which one. I actually liked the it rolled real bad, but I liked the actual Scout. Like the only time I get stuck in it when it just, you know, you see like the super deep mud and you're just like, you know what, send it. And you just go plop. And you go, oh yeah, that was probably dumb. But to be fair, with the big trucks, I'd do the same thing too. I'd be like, oh yeah, you know what? I don't want to go around. We're just gonna send it, and just immediately like beach the truck in the mud and be like, yeah, no, that checks out. That's how it should worked. But that's usually when it's so low on gas. I'm like, yeah, I can't go around. We're just gonna go for it and see what happens. But yeah, no, SnowRunning was just a haul. Like, at its heart, it was a game around hauling stuff. Like there was other game missions and all that, but at its heart, it was a game about hauling stuff. I do like that this is its own unique, different thing. The trucks had enough clearance, some Scouts to drive under them. So, I don't know about like the DLC trucks or anything like that, because I hadn't gotten that far. Like, I played a bunch on stream. I think we were pretty close to done with Michigan, and I messed a couple other ones off stream because, you know, it stopped doing well in the stream, so it's kind of like one of those ones where it's like, alright, well, the audience has kind of spoken that if people aren't enjoying what I'm, like, if people aren't enjoying a game on the stream, I'll, you know, stop streaming kind of thing. Because that's what you do as a creator. People don't enjoy your content, you gotta adjust. Which for the record, they enjoyed SnowRunner for a while. It was just one of those ones that once stopped being new, so far as to the channel, started to kind of wane. I do really like the tire pressure mechanic. Now, granted, it does let you get away with some real shenanigans. That said, I do wish there was just a straight-up button to be like low and high tire pressure and not have to go through like the whole UI thing. Oh, that's not where I meant to cross. That's fine. Because we're right here, and I've got the spare parts. So that's that sorted. But yeah, now, like, also playing a game where there's been no roads. The thing under roof makes me think of eventually Google Maps ran out of roads to photograph. Yeah, now this is the metal detector. If you haven't seen it, what it's supposed to do is we hit this. And we hit detect. And you notice those little stripes in the ground. That basically tells me there's something of value in that direction. So to the left, I believe, would be like fuel and all that, and to the right would be an airdrop. But we have been having problems where I'll go to location, it'll tell me it's like, okay, because it's relative to your position, like what direction, not like it won't tell you the distance. And so it'll be like, okay, it's in front of you, and we'll inch the car like 5-6 feet in front of us. It goes, okay, it's behind you. It's like, well, clearly it's not. So I do think there might be a bug, or there's a game mechanic that's not being explained that we haven't figured out yet. Not sure which. Bit of A, smidgen of B. Maybe. Don't know. I'm going by the strategy of no, like, people aren't allowed to backseat, nor will I look it up. And so if we end up running into a blocker because of it, that's just, I feel there's value in that, both for the developers as well as for, you know, people watching kind of thing. Because the developers, it's one of those things that if you watch someone playing your game and they get stuck at a certain spot, and it consistently happens, that's a cue that you've got a problem in your game that needs to be addressed. Like whether, and it can be something minor like, oh, we just need to change the way, like, the way this queues up. So there's like a chime when you hit the right spot, or whatever. Or you add like a little teeny tiny mission that you have to go to a location and get the stuff digger upper and do that one time. And you'll be like, oh, stuff can be buried. Okay, get the stuff digger upper. But in the absence of any of that information, you know, all I can do is drive around and go, hey, your game's broken. Because to me, it's not acceptable to figure out how to play a game as a requirement on how to play the game, that you are required to, like, leave a game. And I'm not saying you need to do that for this game, but that's just my stance I take on it. That doesn't mean I don't like complex games. I enjoy a lot of complex games. But you shouldn't have to start hitting wikis until you start min-maxing and that kind of stuff. I'm assuming it's bugged, for the record. Like, very genuinely, as the player right now, my assumption is it's just a bug that for some reason either stuff isn't loading in or where it's pointing isn't the correct spot. Like, I could see it being an issue. You load into a map, it has everything detected. You go from that map to the next map, and it, like, fails to refresh or reset it to the new map. And so it's still using the same XY coordinates for the previous one. I could see that being the kind of thing. But it may not be. It may be they just have an unexplained mechanic. Alright. And this time we have the bridge right here. We can just cut across that. We haven't even dipped into our secondary gas at all, which is just shy of a full tank. So we're doing much better this time. I am hoping that, I haven't looked through the back end for the off-road trucks. I am hoping, though, that there is, like, the back end off-road truck where you can get, like, the service one and the giant gas one and all that. Because I really did like that aspect in SnowRunner. where there were just some missions you'd have so much that you need to do that you really couldn't do it when one go in one vehicle. It was just too far out there. So it made sense to like stage a gas vehicle halfway through. Like I actually, that was one of the comments is one of the infamous missions in SnowRunner is in Michigan, the logs, the medium logs. That it's a fairly repetitive mission. Okay, so last time, this ended up being where we got stuck. Now, I might be able to just genuinely right here at this spot, I might be able to just go straight up the side of it. I think I'm not giving the vehicles quite as much credit for their ability to climb. So that spot's over there. Because in SnowRunner, you'd look at a hill like that and be like, nah, man. Absolutely not. Discovered a new shortcut. Ish. I don't... I don't know where you want me aiming this game. I don't really know where you want... You want me to take a picture of this island, but I don't know which one. It's like, my assumption is this one. But no matter how much I zoom in, it's not happy about it. Could also be that one. But we had it last time where it marked it green once it hit the right zoom level, and then separately had to fix the focus. Like you want me to take it, alright. You want me to take a picture of the island? What part? Which one? Image is out of focus. Required object is non-frame. Okay. Required object is non-frame. Okay. Required object is non-frame. Required object is non-frame. Required object is non-frame. Required object is non-frame. What do you want, game? I don't know what you want me to take a picture of. You're telling me to take a picture of the island. We got one here, but no zoom level are you happy with. And there's that one there. Same problem. I don't think you mean the little teeny tiny one. So the mini games I would say in this are real kind of crap. Because like as you can see right now, I don't really know what it wants. There's a little island behind you. Like, I genuinely don't know what to do here. I'm like literally just like my instinct would to think this island, because this island's straight in front of me, where we've got the vantage point. And this scares me. I'm gonna do it. Okay. So I'm assuming it's that island to our left. That's a my guess to be, because we had the other spot over there. It's got to be either that island or that island. Which, weirdly, it almost feels like we're at a different location. We are, because I'm literally flying in the air. So I would assume it's this island. And I can't, even if I go the full zoom, I can't quite get this island in here. It's gotta be this one. Is there a thing you want on this island? I mean, technically... Technically, I should be able to find... what zoom it wants. And just do it this way. Or not. I mean, what... Like, what was the way you were expected to complete this? Very genuine question. Does anyone actually know what it wants from me? Because I am just sitting here hitting buttons now. Like, it says take a picture of the island. And this is the one I would think it is. And the way the other minigame worked with this is you would get the thing in frame. You get the thing in frame, and it would like go and be like, it'd turn green once you got to the right zoom level, and then you had a separate thing to like adjust the focus. So I mean, this could be the island, that could be the island. There's no island this way. I think it's putting my camera down here, which is really weird. And the air camera spot was here, so it'd have to be invisible point to those two, which again makes me think this or that. Let's try moving forward and see if it becomes painfully obvious what it wants me to take a picture of. Yeah, because we got that island and that island. There's that whole thing there. Like, that whole thing there could be the island as well. But the issue I'm running into with that... Okay. So I had to take a picture just at the peak of the mountain. Okay. So, I feel like that one, instead of just saying take a picture of the island, all they need to do is, like, take a picture of the mountain or that, or, like, give some, like, indicator. Because it was genuinely just spinning that thing around being like, what? Alright, so we did get paid a bunch of money for that, and all that. Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like, the island as a prompt alone was very non-specific. So that definitely could have done way better. Water composition. So the question, though, is do I still need to drive the whole way there? Which is fine, but that is going to get very laborious to drive that whole distance each time. Because it didn't look like we had any type of expedition point or whatever there, which is fine. What we are going to do is mess with checking out the next map, which I don't really know how to get to. We've been investigating flooding potential of our rivers, yada yada, so we need the hydraulic monitoring systems. Okay, so that means I need you. Cool. I need to get my vehicle I can travel with. Cool. Pop in here. I need 2 of you. I need 2 of you. Why will you not let me buy it? Please explain, game. But why? You literally require me to have this. I don't understand. Is it a good game? It is, but there is some UI problems that are becoming a little bit more of a frustration. So I don't know if we got some bugs going on with it, but we're definitely hitting some UI problems. So, how are we doing in time, by the way? We're doing okay. What I'm going to try doing is we're going to go back to this. We haven't messed with Arizona at all. I'm going to actually hop into Arizona and see if maybe they taught us stuff here that we've just blissfully overlooked because I jumped to the next one. So you need scouts. That's fine. So that's like our super capacity scout. Oh, I forgot. We got more parts for you, didn't we? You got the rock crawler. So we have... What tires do we even have on here? We have those. They're still going to be our best, probably. Diff lock, snorkel. Okay, I mean, we're fine. Just recommending these. Alright. It's a sideboard item, but there's no open spot on your car. Okay, I could have sworn I had those. Oh, did I just like misread it? Yeah, that's that makes sense. Yeah, because I've done those before. All right. But yeah, we had, for the record, we had similar problems in SnowRunner where, like, for example, with the logs, they'd be like, do this stuff with the logs. And it was, like, really... We don't have many options for leaving the base. Let's take a look around. We ran into issues where it wasn't clear, it's like, what equipment we need for the logs. So we tried one thing with the logs, like, no, I'm sorry, that's for the long logs. They tried different ones, like, no, I'm sorry, that's for the short logs. And it's just kind of one of those things of like, they should just make the UI tell you what piece of equipment. Great view from air. Check it out with binoculars. Okay. Yeah, so it's just... Okay, so the game does a good job about when you choose the other maps, because we got that hint on a different map as well. But that's the reason I was a little surprised when we got there and we were getting stuck on stuff where it felt like things were being explained. Is the game does a pretty okay job being like, hey, you know what? We've got things to help signify the routes. Which is good, because the routes are much harder to see in this game, deliberately. And sometimes they want you to kind of forge your own route, and sometimes it's like, no, like this is the place the game really means for you to go down. All right. But yeah, no, I appreciate that, because, like, if you miss what's going on here, they're doing the thing where it's like, here's how you look around. Oh, don't forget to, like, lower your tire pressure. Like, that'll be a whole thing. And the game even has the thing that, like, look, I don't want all these hints. You can actually turn them off, too. That's in your game settings. So I do appreciate that, because it is one thing that can be a problem in a lot of games, that there's mechanics that if you don't play the game regularly, it's easy to just forget exists. And you're like, why is this so hard? And then you're like, oh wait, I'm just not doing this thing that is a mechanic. The classic. There's a lot of times where people joked about it'd be nice for games to have a mechanic where it's like, when you go to play like an RPG or whatever, if you haven't played for a while, it's like, would you like a recap of what was happening? You'd be like, yes, actually would. I don't remember what I was doing. Been a month. Alright. Then go ahead and grab that. We'll grab the dinosaur fossil. That might be why some of the complaints I was seeing from people is like, oh, the game's too easy. It's because I think every single map they do have kind of that introduction tutorial mission kind of thing going on there. Like they had the first map is the proper tutorial where they walk you through everything. But the other ones they do a very brief, hey, here's how you tires, here's how you that. Okay, go about your day. So if you did like one mission on each map, you'd be like, man, why does the whole game feel like a tutorial? Alright. I was actually expecting that tree to give. Alright. Now, if you were to ask me which game I enjoyed more, this or SnowRunner, would actually be a hard call, because they are very different games despite having literally the exact same base mechanics, though this adds to it. I will say the game here has had many improvements to the quality of life I do appreciate. Unfortunately, still having a UI that is sometimes cryptic, sometimes confusing. I definitely would feel that the mini games in this, I actually feel they're all like, I'll put them in a negative on my book. They're fine, but they do need to do a better job of explaining what the crap they want. Because that wasn't the first mini game where we go on, it's like, I don't know what you want. There was one where we had to scan, and it was like, scan for like the 4 objects. And so we scanned, and it wasn't really giving me clear feedback of whether or not it was succeeding. And it took me a while to like figure out exactly what it was trying to ask of me. And so it's like, instead of just scan for the things, like scan for the fish, like whatever. The fact that you can like fail it, I'm like, but why can I only scan 4 times? I don't understand. So it took a little trial and error to figure out what it actually wanted, and then, you know, once I knew what it wanted, it's very easy. Alright. And we got our stuff, so that's the first mission done on Arizona. That said, to swing back around though, that does give you an idea of the size of these places. So we've been sitting here, we've been playing, we'll have about 8.5, 9 hours by the time we're done a stream. And to give you the scope, we did finish, this is the tutorial. The tutorial's done, we cleared that area. And then we got these 2 maps. And each of these maps is split up into 4 different sections. And if we look at, for example, the Carpathians, we've only done like these 4 missions down here. So we've only done about a third of the first map, and we haven't really touched the second map. So you can kind of extrapolate the time investment on the game from there. That like if we'll let's just pretend the tutorial took us 4 hours. Let's just pretend that that's not true. It didn't take us that long, but let's just pretend for the sake of math. That would mean I would be looking at somewhere in the area of 12 hours here, 12, 12, 12. You can get that figured out, 48. And then go here, and that would probably put you up to like 90 to 100. We're probably underestimating, especially since I'm noticing this has more objectives than the other one did. But you get the idea. Alright. And so we need a logistician. Alright. Would you like to visit one of the remarkable places in the region? Unfortunately, it is remarkable not for its beauty, but on the contrary. It is a crash, rusty plane that spoils the local views and may further scare off tourists. We estimate the cost of its disposal, so it needs to be carefully examined. Alright, so we're going to a plane to figure out what it's going to take to not have the plane anymore. Alright. Alright. It also feels like in this game, having the ability to turn off 4-wheel drive feels way less meaningful than the other game. Because, like, everything is off-road all the time. Really? Oh, please tell me I saved it. Oh, I did not deserve that. That was just a Hail Mary. Let me just throw the mouse out there and push F and hope for the best. We can see already the goal if you look through the binoculars. It also weirdly feels like you just kind of want to take the time to show up at each tile with each person just so you can reveal the things easier. I don't know. I do like you go for an expedition, you knock out the mission, and it kind of restarts, where you kind of bring your resources with you to do the thing. You do the thing, and then you leave. Is I believe what the implication is supposed to be. Which makes sense, because that's probably a very realistic way you'd handle a lot of this stuff. Since you are going out in the middle of absolutely nowhere. Oh, I don't want to go... Okay. Don't. There we go. Getting a thing telling us there's an upgrade nearby. I'm dubious there's 3 upgrades over there. Like, the 3 upgrades showing up in the same spot, that is one of the things that makes me suspicious that there's something just worked with it. Because that's the same thing we had in the other map, and I was like, oh, 3 upgrades in the same place, we're going there now. This is a place where we can get up closer to the plane. I don't know, I feel like you could make this a tourist attraction or something like that. There are... Oh. Someone is living in the crashed plane, but where does he get food? Alright. So I found new tasks. So we get the rewards. I would like to continue real fast since we do have upgrades supposedly near us. Yeah, so supposedly there's 3 upgrades in this direction. And supposedly they're back the way we came. So, needless to say, where I drove in a straight line from up here to down there, there are no upgrades. So, like I said, that is making me think it's just straight up the metal detector is straight up borked right now, which is a bummer. But you know, it is what it is. All right, fallen from heaven. We have that. So again, you want a scout. For height differences. Oh, you need... Right, because it's teaching us how to use all the different people. So it's teaching us that there's the lady who, yeah, okay. Teaching us that there's, like, the lady who has their drones that you can find stuff out, and there's a person where you, like, look and you can see the water and whatnot. And for those who are regulars to the channel, I'm probably not going to play this like all week or something like that. I figured I'd check it out today. Maybe I'll put it up for like a vote on what people want to see tomorrow. Like, what do we want to start with? Like RimWorld, Kenshi, this, Farm Sim, that kind of thing. Kind of go with it like that. Just because we got a bunch of stuff going on. Or one of the other games that we have in the pool. I was really expecting that to be able to climb. Expeditions all day, every day. Hey, if people want to see me play this, I'm down. I just know with SnowRunner, it seemed like people enjoyed it for a couple of streams, and then people are pretty over it. Because, I mean, now is the time for me to be playing this, too. Because SnowRunner and those... Let's see, there's a steep descent ahead. Careful, such places, you should not rush too much. Rush? Absolutely. I'm going as fast as we can. This is actually pretty much I've been holding the gas a solid. Not really not rushing, so we ignored that. But yeah, it's SnowRunner is one of those games that's like just not really kind of a mainstream game. Like, a lot of people have played and enjoy it and all that. But when it comes to, like, if you ask just any random person, like, oh, have you played that game? They'll be like, what? Outside of, like, simulation genre creators and that. You know, a lot of people know it, but it's just not as well known as a lot of other games. Doesn't tend to have nearly the same footprint as a lot of other games on the platform, which is totally fine. But right now, where only some people have early access to it kind of thing, that does work out for me really well, being that if people want to check it out and they're not paying the extra, it's got a draw. I also just know it's not in line with my normal content, but it's not super in line with my normal content either. It's kind of one of those things that's close enough. It's like along the edge of what I normally do, that it's fine. Like it said, appears you didn't switch games tonight. Yeah, no, I put it up for a vote. It won. I'm totally fine to be playing it more, but yeah, no, I'm enjoying it. We definitely have what feels like the metal detector might just be bugged, which kind of sucks because for an exploration game, your main exploration tool for like finding upgrades and that not working right kind of sucks. It's chill except for the streamer. What are you saying? A bit stressful for you? Oh no, it's not. Oh yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, no, it's there's been some frustration points. There's mini games they do in the game, and a lot of the mini games are not well explained. So some of them go really nice and easy, where it's like, oh, okay, I see exactly what you want. And other ones are like, what do you want game? So like the worst one we've had, it said take a picture of the island, except in the frame there was two very small islands and then a big island, and you point the camera at all of them, and none of them would say that the thing you're looking for is in frame. What it actually wanted was like the tip of the mountain of the big island is what it actually wanted. But there was a good like 10 minutes of like looking around, being like, what do you want from me, game? And not really finding what you're looking for. Yeah, no, you're good. I was just explaining, like, giving context to that for anyone who missed it. Scan the crash site with the drone. Do I need to switch positions first? Is that... Yeah, it's those ones where it needs me to move 10 feet and then scan. So there is like, where we had in SnowRunner, there's a couple things that the game just kind of fails to explain. And just like lack of information kind of things. There's a bit of that. That's interesting. This one had a pulse telling me to go over here. We had this mini game before, and there was like no pulse or anything to figure it out. So we just had to kind of sit there and be like, what do you want from me? Until we happened to just accidentally go across one of them. So that's way better than the previous time. Yeah, no, I'm assuming, because we're like literally playing the early release whatever. Now, for the record, this isn't an early access game. It's just out. At least I'm pretty sure it's just out. I'm pretty sure it's not early access. So that said, it is absolutely fair to hold them account when there's bugs. Now that said, I was given a key, so I did not pay for it. So I can't be like, hey, if I paid X amount of dollars, I expect Y amount of bugs or whatever. Like, you know, the bug situation. I can't really answer that question. Because the part we need is somewhere upstairs. Metal detector will help. I happen to have one because I like the metal detector. But first, what was that I was seeing over there? Ah, so there's gonna be a gap we can bridge. I'm gonna drive over there because most likely I have everything I need on board just to patch that. Yeah, and I'd guess there's bugs. So honestly, that might work in your favor if for those who can't play it early, who weren't, you know, didn't throw the money, didn't get a hold of a key or whatever. That some of these like minor frustrations I'm dealing with because buggy stuff, that maybe some of those will be fixed before we get to that point. All right. This is a random counter screen. Just teleport to the first base. There is a quest marker on the map, and there will be a tutorial on how to use the metal detector. Oh yeah, no, that's we used the metal detector, and we successfully used it many times actually. But we've been suddenly running into the occasional point where it points to effectively nothing. That's how I know how to use this. We did the tutorial. Yep, no, it's all good. I was basically making clear it's like, yeah, we actually did the tutorial and it worked out. Like, the tutorial was fine. Oh, that's another quest. The tutorial is fine, it's just still is the same thing as SnowRunner where it gets dark and yeah, it looks good, but you can't see crap, so it ends up being annoying. Like, it looks great. And one thing I will say is it does seem like the nighttime in this game isn't as dark as the nighttime in SnowRunner, which I appreciate. Because after playing SnowRunner for a while, it was just a thing I would do. That every time night would happen, it was just, oh, it's time to hit MTT real fast to like quickly switch back to daytime. And unless you're doing like the custom game or whatever it was, you weren't allowed to disable night. So they still have night locked in that as far as I can see. I haven't checked. Yeah, okay. I was curious if there's different settings in-game that you can turn off night. It's fine. It's not as bad in this one. Not that I've seen, at least. It's just one of those things that, like, after a while of, you know, trying to see things in the dark, just your eyes get strained. You know. I'm not the wee little gamer I used to be. I don't need to stress my eyes all day long. Like, there's definitely games that the game being really dark is instrumental part of the game. And then there's games like, you're doing ambience, but also, this makes my eyes angry, so I can do without the ambience. Optionally, to be clear. Like, optionally, I could hit a button and be like, you know what, I don't want it. I could be careful, or I could hold the gas pedal. As I said, yeah, same here. I always set those sliders at the start of the game from the middle of the brighter. Yeah, for me it's always a twist, because I also don't want my daytimes to be like blindingly bright. And that's always the issue I ran into with the games that they do try and make it really dark, that they have the sliders. If you turn them up, it's like, okay, night's still a little bit dark, but not straining on the eyes, but then daytime comes by and you just, you know, it's a classic, like, avert your eyes as the room lights up. So I'd be like, move the bar until the eye on the left is barely visible. Nah, I'm good. Full visible. Yeah, then everything's just white blur. And also, one thing I will say as a caution for people, motion blur does start enabled in the game. They do have a toggle that you can turn it off, though. But it is on by default. And people know that my general stance is motion blur can go die in a raging fire. I'm okay with it existing, but, like, definitely have the option to turn it off. So they did have that, so good on them for having it. You know, be able to be disabled. Also, why does it exist? I still haven't gotten a good answer. The only answer I've gotten is consoles, but then I ask how does it help in consoles, and I hear performance, except motion blur often causes performance issues, not removes them. So it is one of those things that it's like, no, really, what is the reason this exists? Please. Because most games I've played on PC, motion blur makes them stutter. All right, and money. Okay, so if we got one more short mission, I'm sure I can probably fit one more short mission in. If it ends up being one of these ones we have to, like, tour the entire map, that'll be a thing. Alright, so it looks like we're just going to the middle spot. It says, to make it more realistic and to make things appear faster. If that is the actual reason, that angers me. Like, if that is the actual reason, I'm like, no. I understand the idea is you spin your head real fast and you don't see things as clear. And for moving faster, like, really, come on. So what did we need? So we need portable meteor stations and we need an off-road truck. And this is the one we've been using, which we haven't used in a while. So let's customize it first and see what new fandangled tech we get. No new engines. All right, cool. We did see the high range motor, but that makes you have less power. Honestly, there's not a whole lot to do here. And front bumper. Okay, so the reinforced bumper here does give me room for an extra tire. And we do the miscellaneous storage here. I'm not allowed to buy the bigger storages. That's okay. We can add a roof rack, which gives us more storage. So I put a bunch of stuff there. We have the front, we have the big bumper, doesn't do anything for us. Yes, that doesn't matter. The rims don't really matter one way or the other. That is a weird rim. Oh yeah, for the discussion where we talked about yesterday about the lug nuts, here we go. We have won the competition of who can have the most lug nuts. Let's see, that's 5, 10, 20 lug nuts on that bad boy. You just want all the lug nuts. And what are you telling me? Oh, you're telling me I need stuff into my sideboard. That's fine. We'll go to cargo. And you need 2 of these. Now grab those as a precaution. All right. Cool. I am curious when the mission starts scaling up. So you have the ability to build like these modules that let you store extra stuff and all that. It does feel like where I've been deploying one truck and all that, that the intention is what you do is you end up deploying multiple vehicles. You have like your scout, a support vehicle, that kind of thing. Ooh, you bounce. Alright, keep that in mind. Truck wants uppies. Was like a fork ahead? It's up where you to go first. Up to you where to go first. I mean, right now, I could just go right up here and the objective's right at the top. Okay. I love how the spare tire on the front is very clearly and unquestionably not a tire for this vehicle. Yeah, those are the same tires. That'll absolutely bolt right on there, no question about it. Despite the fact the tire broken, it's still majestic and beautiful. Okay. Yeah, that's what we do. There's clearly some, like, archaeologically significant ruin or something, and we're like, you know what? Just drive right over it. Like, this antenna thing is fine. But, like, just driving over the wall, it's like, clearly, yeah, clearly old, like, Ford or whatever. Not port. I knew I was gonna do that immediately. Okay. And we're just gonna try and send it over the gap. Never mind, we're gonna get stuck in something, which is gonna completely ruin my lineup. It'll be fine, I'm sure. Alright. There's a fast way down. We've done that once already where it's like, I don't feel like going around. Ooh. When you get going, those brakes don't work well and your tires aren't on the ground. Yeah, no, we drove off the cliff like straight on down and just tossed the winch out the back. It went perfectly fine. Didn't even take damage. On that, oof. Versus like driving over a rock is the end of everything. Yeah, I imagine once this gets some better tires, we'll be in good shape. Yeah, so to be clear, for those who didn't see when we were playing earlier, so far the types of hauling stuff we've done is stuff like this where I just got a bunch in the back. It does increase the weight of your vehicle. I'm not sure we can fit through this. We're going to try. It does increase the weight of your vehicle, which does mess with its ability to move around and all that. We have towed stuff back. So like where you find a busted up vehicle and you drive it back. So there is that kind of thing. But where SnowRunner is all about like just dragging trailers behind you like 90% of the time. This we have yet to have a trailer. All right. Cool. And that opens a new map. And that is that expedition done. I do like the game loop where you go in and you're just like, I'm doing this quest, and you go in and you do the quest, it's like, cool, you finished it, and you can leave. And you can just continue if you want. I do like that game loop. I think it's nicer, like, don't get me wrong, there's SnowRunner, it's also nice to just like plop down the map and just like work your way through, but having like that distinct, you started the thing, you finished the thing, definitely feels good. You keep going out and see like number get bigger. I do feel there's a lot of stuff there. I'm also curious of like the mods region. That like, this is obviously going to be DLC, but the idea of that thing. Arizona, you said the rock colors felt familiar? Yeah. Yep, now we've got Colorado. Colorado was just the tutorial, Arizona, and the Carpathians, which my understanding was that is Europe. And all that. So with that said, though, we are getting to be about that time. So what's going to end up happening is, for those over on YouTube and TikTok, the stream is going to abruptly end because there's no such thing as rating over there, but don't forget to like and subscribe. But for those over here on... Sorry, I was just snoozing the ads so they wouldn't pop in. But for those over here on Twitch, what is going to end up happening is we are going to raid out, so don't go anywhere. I'm probably going to see if I can't find someone else playing this. I am hoping there's someone in particular that I have in mind streaming tonight. I don't know if they are there or not, but we're going to find out here in a minute. But what I'm going to end up doing is putting up my ending stream screen and finding someone for us to raid. Like I said, in the meantime, I'm going to go ahead and kill things on TikTok and YouTube. For those over there, goodbye. But for everyone over here on Twitch, hang out for just a minute. We'll get that raid going. For those new to the channel,